Sorry about this. No, this is all good. You probably can't fucking hear me.
Well, in the day, have a good time. Cool in the night, have a good time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a man in a sea breeze. Shine like a moon in the last sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some back into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Ready, know how to have fun. No need of explanation. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Sure, that doesn't matter. Sorry, sir. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
Alright, everyone.
Didn't
So.
I was just gonna say, didn't forget the Monty owned this week.
Hell no, I would never. That's the wrong song. I would fucking never. I'm on the ball with this shit. Would someone like to give me a recap of what happened last time on Records of Remnant, Team Supernova?
I did it last week.
I nominate
I did
Richard.
for that.
What? You nominate me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Last week. Where did we start last week? Just remind me of that, one of you two.
Well, guys, come on.
We,
Oh, we took the locker room.
right, yeah. Clara walked away from Ross in the session before that. And we started right after that.
Right, okay. So, there was, a big confrontation between Rosalind and Viridian, yelling at each other. When Clara walked away, she had a word with Oliver, and he gave her a few of his thoughts on the whole situation. What did Felix went and talked to the lady, didn't he? And both of you didn't realize who she was, whose mother she was.
Yes.
That was funny.
Yes, Miss Futatsu. Miss Futatsu.
Yeah.
Yes, Miss Futatsu. Gen's mother. Yes, of course. And after the Rosalind talked, Viridian did speak to Miss Ark. Then had a, I forget if it was before. No, it was definitely before the match because that was at the end. Then had a small talk with Gwen where he spoke to Ebenezer. What else did Clara do?
Wow, sorry, hard.
Sorry. I fucking had to bring up Discord. Clara talked to Tammy.
Alright, Clara talked to Tammy.
About stuff.
And found out that, hey, maybe she didn't get the whole picture from Yuya. And maybe Tammy has a different idea of what she wants to do with her life. And, maybe Yuya doesn't understand that. Yeah. And, the fight we had last time was against,
Wait. So Felix talked to Anna. And saw her drawings.
Yeah, he did. He talked to her about her drawings, her horrible, horrible drawings. Not to say that artistically they're bad, it's just they're of a poor subject matter. Some of them. Anyways.
All of them.
All of them. We had a fight against Team... Is that Symbol?
Yep.
Yeah, against Team Symbol. Against Kiru and Kaon, the Double Dragon kids. Viridian and Clara went up against them, and although the dragon confused them a bit at first, they had a resounding success over the two amateurish kids. Then, when they got back to the locker room, Irene kind of blindsided Viridian and Clara with her solution to her own problem.
Yeah.
Let's fucking get into it.
Rip the fucking bandage off. Let's get back to the locker room then. Turn this shit off. Actually, let's do yeah, so Irene just strode off as you're all just waiting there after receiving all that information. She just fucking dipped. And Gwen's gonna look back at you two. Congrats on the match.
Thanks.
But,
Performance.
yeah. What? Where'd that come from?
Claire just kind of pauses while she's trying to think.
Gwen's kind of just looking forward at you two. Very passive face.
It would seem that Irene has decided to take action.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's about time someone did. If it's still going on. Whatever it is.
I guess I should get ready. I mean, still have plenty of time, I guess, but... Ray, she looked really mad, so I think it's pretty important that we go. You were... I don't know.
I don't care how mad she looked. Being mad don't make something important.
Well, I'm definitely gonna go. I think it's pretty important.
Well, I don't agree to that, but she's telling the truth about getting Miss Kit to go for it. I guess it might be worth seeing.
I suppose you two should go get ready then. I hope everything works out.
Right. Guess I'll go do that. I don't think that match was... I don't think there was too much we had to go over, right, Gwen? I mean...
Huh? No, not really. I mean, what? You guys beat them pretty easily, basically. Their semblance seemed... I mean, what am I supposed to say about something like that? There's only so many recorded cases of people actually having semblances that are that similar to each other. And those seem to be almost interconnecting. I don't know. I don't think they'll be very difficult again. It seemed pretty easy. But I guess, you know, that's to be expected with these kids. Doesn't seem like most people on Team Symbol really have any official combat training beyond practicing some sort of martial arts. I mean, a lot of them are just, you know... not really trained for this.
Definitely seemed like that. The fancy things those kids were doing was pretty nifty, but doesn't seem like they were, well, really ready for these kind of fights.
Yeah, those are Mistrali Those are Mistrali breathing techniques and aura techniques. That's the sort of thing those practitioners in monasteries learn and develop.
So I'm just gonna think for a bit.
Yeah.
Right. I think I remember Shaki mentioning something like that before. One of hers is a lot different from theirs.
Well, I don't know if they're from the same monastery or whatever. Probably not.
Well, so I was gonna look at her scroll to check the time, to compare it to how long she has until she has the date. You don't have to give me a specific time.
Well, she said evening, so a while, yeah. It's just around midday, so you don't have to worry about that for a while.
Well, I think I'm gonna go walk around for a while before I go and maybe pick out what I'm gonna wear or something like that before I get ready to go. We have...
yeah, sure.
Yes, Clara, I would like to speak to you later. It's not important now, though. No rush.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not doing anything at least until I have to go on this date, so, you know, whenever you want to. Probably want to at least go pick out a dress sometime before I actually have to go. But, do you want to talk now?
Yes, that would be fine. If I won't be a bother.
Sure. How about we, I don't know, go take a walk outside or something?
Sure.
Alright, later, guys.
Claire will give a wave at Gwen and Viridian before walking out with Felix.
Yeah. I don't walk her way up to Viridian. What's he doing? Just leaning on the wall, standing there?
Yeah, once they started talking about the match, he just kind of started leaning on the wall, listening, being like, yep.
I was gonna put her hands on her hips and look up to him and go, "You're not gonna try and make this worse, are you?"
Try? Nah.
So you've been a natural so far?
Well, my own natural disposition is what I always present, yes.
Gwen's gonna play up her bangs a bit and close her eyes. Viridian, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes, and eyes don't go seeing how it benefits me at all to go and make this worse, he'll say with the air quotes.
I don't know, it just kind of happened already so far. I figured somebody had to be instigating this, at least a little bit on their end.
Well, I has me no recollection about instigating this.
Oh, maybe that's the problem then. I don't know. He'll shrug and go, well, as far as I know that Miss Kit's involved, I ain't looking to start trouble. Right. Okay, sure. Just try not to, get in a fight with Rosalind or something.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
I don't know, because you guys just got into one. Maybe that's it? I mean, I've never heard either of you say something nice about the other. Then again, I don't really think I've ever seen you guys interact in months until now, so maybe you've just both been keeping distance. I don't know.
Right. Well, y'all worried over nothing, I think.
I don't really think so, actually. I mean, I feel like there's been a weird problem going on for, months now. Gwen kind of shrugs and throws her hands up a bit as she closes her eyes. I don't know. It's been, like, just kind of in the background. I think it's affecting us and Team Noir. Oliver's been telling me it's been tense there too. And I feel like it's spread over to our team also. Or maybe this is just both happening at coinciding times.
Well, I can't go and rightly be telling y'all I know what their issue is.
Huh? Gwen kind of blows her bangs over her face and tilts her head. You don't know, like, at all?
Well, I mean, the only idea I got is that that girl just plumb don't like me.
Brittany, you're dating her partner. How do you not know?
Don't really like to talk about her.
What? Yeah, but doesn't... It's not just Roslyn. Team Noir has been having problems for months now, or I think? I don't know. You never asked? Kits never talked about it?
I can't say I recall her saying there were problems.
You didn't notice any?
It feels always a bit different than that when I was around her.
Huh? Gwen just kind of lets her jaw lower for a sec before she clamps it shut and stews for a second as she rubs the top of her head. Look, Viridian, I'm not a social genius, but I'm pretty sure it's been weird for a while. I mean, her and Roslyn used to be pretty tight. They're partners and they got along really well, and they haven't in a while. Nothing?
No, can't really say she ever brought that up to me.
Wow, that's pretty cold of her. Maybe she's more ruthless than I give her credit.
Pretty much shrug and go. Well, maybe she just don't like to talk about that kind of stuff.
Isn't that a bad thing? Go ahead, ask with that sort of blank, like, inquisitive look. Not like challenging. What? Supposing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways it could play out.
Wow.
Supposing if something serious comes up, then it is a bad thing, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know you were so bad at this. I thought I was the only one on the team that's... Well, besides Felix, but he gets a pass because, you know. Or are you just, like, nervous about this or something?
Nervous about what?
Ooh. Maybe I am getting better at this. Gwen crosses her arms and smiles to herself. Because I feel like I have the upper hand here. Which I don't think is a good thing, she says as her eyes dart to the side.
Yeah, no idea what y'all talking about now.
I think that's the problem.
Well, still no idea what y'all talking about.
Huh. Gwen's gonna pause and look at her scroll for a second. How do I explain this? When did I lose you?
When y'all started talking about how I was bad at something.
Oh. Gwen taps a few things as she writes a note for herself. I meant because you're not noticing something. Or you're avoiding talking about it.
Yeah, well, supposing I didn't notice something.
Uh-huh.
How is that my fault? If I didn't notice it, even if you is going to say I is bad at it, then it's not as though I could notice it with me being bad at it.
Gwen takes like a little flinch back as she processes that. Huh? Well, yeah, it's your fault if you're not good at something, Viridian. Everyone knows that.
That is a way of looking at it, I suppose.
How else are you supposed to look at it? Life's giving us the opportunities to get better at things. It's our fault for not seizing them.
I'm just gonna roll his eyes and go, alright, so because someone is not good at something, when a challenge comes up to them, and they fail because they are not good at it currently, you're gonna say, oh, well, I don't know what you're actually gonna say.
I said it's their fault for failing it.
It's pretty hostile of you.
No, it's not. It's just true. It's like if you screw up on a test, it's your own fault. What's wrong with saying that? You have time to study for everything. You prepare, and if you don't, it's your fault for failing to meet the challenge. What?
Alright, but life ain't like a classroom. You don't always know when you got a test sitting in front of you.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're training to be a huntsman. A career path that doesn't exactly give you workplace reviews and all of that. We're preparing for the unpredictable in our career path already. Life's the same way. You have to predict for the unpredictable. And people are really fucking weird. As I've learned. More recently, being thrust into Vacuo of all places. So, we have to learn and adapt more. I'm not that naive, Viridian, she says as she looks up proudly, tilting her nose high. I'll have you know I still fail plenty of things. Everyone does. But that's no excuse to stop trying to get better.
I see. Real resilient of you.
Glenn slumps again. I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. Are you doing this on purpose? Because if you are, you're being an asshole.
Yeah, I might be.
Well, what's the deal then?
Look, just, like, lay off it.
What? What do you mean? Hey, come back here!
Alright, so what do you want? Like,
What I was saying is, why can't you just do your best to try and make things better?
alright, what would that look like?
Well, for starters, don't antagonize anyone, and next, try and, build bridges with people, olive branches and all that. Maybe start by not calling someone's blood cursed. Or lich, or whatever.
Yeah, no. Seems like y'all's having this taught because y'all, thinking I'm the problem.
No, Viridian. I'm saying that you're having a influence on the problem. The problem isn't people right now. It's this whole stupid situation that's causing issues. for people, you have an effect on it. Everyone does. And if you treat her with the same hostility you treat, like, Mr. Schnee, I mean, I'm not gonna say you probably don't have a small part in it. Look, Rosalind's high-strung, I know that too. I'm not saying that. But it sounds like this problem's not just something like, oh, you guys don't like each other. But, I mean, you know, maybe not being so antagonistic to each other would help whatever the actual problem is. Like, you don't seriously think being this much of a, well, you know, having a rocky, she'll say, looking to the side, trying to put it diplomatically, relationship with someone's best friend is gonna end up good for, like, a relationship, right? It's just kind of weird. It's just kind of well, telling that she wouldn't want to talk to you about this, I think. I'm pretty sure in relationships people talk about their problems. And kind of loops some of her hair around one of her fingers as she's looking off to the side, giving him a second to process this and not staring him down hostilely.
Right. I suppose you have a point.
Well, thank you, but it's not like I want this to be a contest. I'm just saying. Well, this is the best I can really do, since, I mean, I'm not really involved, I think. And I mean, it's just been bothering everyone a bit, including you, I'm sure. It's kind of hung over us for a while. You and Clara probably are still a bit touchy about this sort of thing. I mean, I'm glad you guys are getting more along now. It's kind of hard to not after stuff, but it's not like these things just go away, right?
Yeah, most things are hard to forget about.
Yeah. Well, that's just what I wanted to say about that. Because I don't think you are incapable of being a person who's a nice guy and is willing to let things go from people. I mean, I've seen you do it. I've felt you do it. So, you know, I thought things are working out pretty better on the team. This year especially. So, after everything, I would say you have the capabilities to do that pretty well. And it aggravates me to see you avoiding them. Because I think I'd like to think you're happy you're doing it. One kind of looks embarrassed. I'd like to think that.
Well, sure is calmer now. I like calm.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the concern then.
Right. I'll be heading off now. I'm gonna go back to the dorm to see if any of our packages arrived yet.
Right. I'll catch you later then.
Later.
What a weird talk.
Yeah, how's Viridian feeling?
Man. That was a weird talk. Well, you know, Viridian is feeling like, man, a lot of them are focusing on me. Why am I being accused? She's the one who ran up to me and yelled at me. And also, like, man, why do they think I'm just gonna go and mess things up?
Gotcha. Let's see what Felix and Clara got up to then in the meantime. 1 second. Put you guys outside. Where's a scenic spot to chat? Just right as you're leaving. Okay. Alright. You guys heading outside?
Oh fuck, watch out. Oh god.
You can get to it later, it's fine. It's not right in your face. Remember, this place is an abstraction.
Assume me be careful.
There's a way.
Jay, save her. She needs you.
Everyone
that's
clear
it.
the area.
That's a base couple. Jay deserves it.
What's wrong with you?
Jay deserves a woman who's small. So he can feel not small.
Whoa, you two still talking about this? Jesus.
Lawrence in a comatose state, not believing anything.
Lawrence is having a... This is a weird day for
Yours
him.
is like, it's been hours.
Yeah, basically.
Might be a brain tumor.
Might be a brain tumor.
Lord, stop throwing your bits off the fucking off the fucking place.
Now, if I keep throwing them, I'm off on the one that's wrong with me. Then I don't have to take that one back.
What's he doing over there?
Alright.
Where's your granddaughter?
No. She has friends. She's fine.
Will they ever be on screen together again?
Do you know how happy I am that she's actually walking around? It's fine. It's only been a couple hours. Vacuo's the safest place in the world to get lost.
I guess he's just a liar.
Alright. Well. You guys walk outside.
Right. Oh, lower my music. It's a bit loud.
Oh, I see.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, you got it, Chief.
Thankfully, it wasn't very loud. The last time was as loud for some reason. Okay.
Blake, remember not to yell too loud. The audience might not like it.
No, that's only you because you scream like a chimpanzee.
Hey!
It's true.
He's gotten 3 comments about it.
It was more like 5.
I went in personally and apologized to that man.
Everybody's a critic.
Hey, you can eat shit, Dad. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He's not wrong. I can't dispute it.
Oh, you're really loud. Well, you're right.
You're right. You're right. That's a valid criticism. Sorry.
But you must understand the context of the scene.
Oh, don't worry. I'm loud outside of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
You are.
Alright.
Okay.
Please continue.
Clara can just be walking with Felix outside the locker room. So you had something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, Clara, I felt I should say something to you that I may not have realized is so important.
Okay. Shoot, I guess?
I suppose you may have heard that I started to become less close to people, yes?
Yeah, from you.
Yes, I have decided to go back on that.
Cause gonna pause for a moment. Yeah. That's pretty green, Felix, but, seems, okay, I mean, what changed, I guess?
Lucy came to talk to me and laid some things out.
Oh. Well, that makes sense, I guess. I mean, she... Well, that's... Kurt's gonna smile a bit. Well, that's real good. Happy she was able to talk some sense into you.
Yes, she simply made me realize that I was not living up to my own words.
Chris is gonna think for a moment, not like think like, oh, that's weird. Just be like, what do you mean?
I mean that I said that I would not. Well, I said that I did not really. That I wish to cut off unnecessary contact, but looking back, I did not exactly make such a grand effort to do so. I think that I realized that it was just... I was very scared about those dreams I had, and I wanted to feel like I was in control of them. That is very difficult for me to say.
Chloe's gonna pause for a bit, being like, didn't expect him to just say his feelings. And she's gonna, like, after pausing, look at Felix, like, in the eyes, and smile, like, a bit. Well, I mean... It's real good to hear that, oh, shucks. I don't really know how to say it. I'm real happy that this is what you're thinking, Felix. It's... I know things like that can be hard, but, I mean... if you came to that conclusion, you already know what I might say. I don't wanna... Claire's is gonna rub the back of her head kind of awkwardly. I'm just real happy, okay?
Yes, I understand. I just wanted to make it clear that I treasure being your friend, Clara. I treasure being everyone's friend. I enjoy it quite a bit.
Claire's gonna smile, then try to give Felix a hug. I really love being your friend too, Felix. And it's real purple for you to say.
Yes. Felix will accept the hug. I thank you. But this is making me a bit uncomfortable, admittedly.
Claire will release him, not wanting to make him feel bad.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know where we stood. I just didn't want you to think that I was being so distant. Still.
Right? Well, it's definitely a morale boost. Just tried to put up a brave front before, saying that, it's all okay with you not being as friendly, but, wasn't as okay with it as I said. So, real happy it's not like that.
I see. I do not think I ever bought that lie.
I just didn't want to go yelling at you, you know, when, all the stuff was going on. I mean, at least, we're getting somewhere with it. We learned that, what's going on, and I'm happy Lucy talked to you and got it all. Claire's gonna, start mumbling a bit, and she's gonna give Felix another hug.
Yes,
I was just real worried.
Yes, I'm sorry to have done that. It was cowardly of me.
Yeah, it was.
Felix will just, nod his head a bit. Yes, Again, I'm sorry. But I realize that there are people around me that can help with this sort of thing.
There are. I'm one of them.
Yes. I know. I guess it just took Lucy's very forward attitude towards it to make it click.
Claire's gonna now release Felix once again. Well, she always been real good at that. Man, I gotta thank her for breaking out of that. Oh.
Perhaps, but well, I would be careful. Her ego, as of late, it's getting quite large.
Claire's gonna laugh a bit. Well, no, I still gotta thank her for this. I'll let her get a big head about it.
I suppose that's fair. I would like to talk about one more thing, if it's alright.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, if it's about the match, I mean, listen, I tried to end it as fast as I could. It's just, I mean, I was kind of interested in watching those kids, do their thing.
Clara, this is not about the fight. I think you did well. Admittedly, you could have finished them off many times. Felix will shake his head. No. I have been speaking to your sister. I quite enjoy her company.
Craig's gonna think for a moment. You have? Oh. That's real good to hear. You're really talking to her?
Yes, we speak on many things, although we leave fighting out of it. That is more argument material.
Oh, yeah, she'd hate talking about that.
Yes, I've gotten that.
What do you guys talk about?
Art. She's quite the artist.
She did have a sketch pad earlier. I don't think I've ever seen her draw before.
Well, it is, quite something, but she is very shy to show it to people who may not understand.
What do you mean understand?
Like, other artists do know the process.
I've never really known much about art.
Yes,
Maybe I should... So real interested. She didn't let me get a look earlier when I tried to ask her about it. I mean...
Well, Clara, let's say, for instance, I was painting a picture for you. I wouldn't want you to see it until it's done, so I would wait for her to approach you with that. She seems very against others seeing her art, especially when it is not finished.
Right. Okay, so it's like you're painting. Right. Well, I wouldn't want to get in the way of that if it's something like that for her. I mean, if you say so, I guess I won't, bug her too much about it. Don't want to,
Right.
get too mad.
But speaking to her, I have realized that how do I say this without I fear
I'm
offending
sorry.
you, Clark, is my problem.
Of course, just gonna just stand there for a moment. What do you mean offended me? I don't think you can say
I
nothing bad.
Yes, I feel that you and I are similar in some aspects.
Mm. Well, I mean, we're both pretty good at fighting.
I'm thinking something a bit different than fighting.
Um, what are you trying to say?
I am trying to say that perhaps Felix will kind of stop for a second, maybe a little too long. I simply do not want you to do what I did.
Well, I don't think, and I don't think I'd go saying I don't, need my friends or nothing if you're worried about that.
Not so narrow. More not admitting that you need someone else's help. I just wanted to let you know that it is an option.
Claire's going to then pause for a moment and close her eyes to think, and then open them and look at Felix. Felix, if we're talking about what happened, I was really keeping a lot of it to myself for a while. Even after what happened last year, and then getting on the boat when we were on that mission before, I keep coming up and I keep, saying things were fine. I mean, you saw me shaking back on that boat. I don't really think it's fine.
Yes. No, it isn't fine.
But I'm opening up a bit about it. Me and Rosalind were talking before, and remember? Well, you weren't there. Oh God, I was real drunk that night. I got real drunk. I was Viridian, some other people, and then I started crying to Rosalind, and I think I opened up a bit about it, and we've been talking a bit more about these type of things. Cause gonna rub the back of her head. I'm not trying to keep all this to myself right now. I was actually thinking about talking to some other people about it, like maybe you, Gwen, Viridian, along with Rosalind, maybe tease some more about this, but it's kind of wait until after the festival was over. Because, it's not going nowhere. It's not like it's weighing me down right now. I'm just kind of dealing with it the same way I've dealt with it till now. I was thinking about maybe taking Tiz's advice and talking more about it once things have calmed down a bit. Or, aren't so eventful every day.
Right. Well, I am glad that you are considering such options. I just do not want you to do something as stupid as I did.
Claire's gonna smile and tap Felix on the shoulder. You don't gotta worry. I'm not as stupid as you are, Felix. I don't want to brag, but my grade in dust class has gone up.
Yes, I did not appreciate that comment, but The proof, I'm sure, is there.
It's somewhere.
I see. You surely wouldn't lie to a friend, would you?
Nah, I wouldn't be orange with you, Felix.
Ah. Give me a second.
Oh yeah, you didn't think I had this many lined up, did you?
I'm sorry, Claire. Why do you keep saying such things?
I think it's funny because you look so confused every time I say it.
That is incredibly cruel.
I'm sorry.
It's fine, of course. A joke between friends.
Yeah. You know, those things that you're more invested in now.
Yes. I am glad.
So am I. I'm real glad. Now I just got one more thing to talk through, and I think everything's on the up and up. I mean, I'm real happy we were able to learn more about your dreams that were bothering you. I mean, what we learned was pretty, that's pretty tough, but I mean, at least we know it.
Yes. I never meant for it to be a secret, really.
Well, I mean, learning the part that, you didn't know about.
Yes.
But I'm sure we'll find some way to fix that part.
While we're on the subject, Clara, I would like to clear something up briefly.
Yeah?
After our talk with the sailor, I would like to make sure that you don't think that my master is some sort of criminal, or I suppose he was. But what I mean to say is that he is a good man.
I still think he's a good man, Felix. I mean, I talked to Headmaster Osiris about it, and he said, your master was a good person. I mean, well, at least as far as I know, I think Headmaster Osiris is a good person, so if you and him would, speak well of him, then I ain't gonna go thinking he's some type of bad man.
Thank you, Clara. I just didn't want you to think that I had been raised by some common criminal or something.
Felix, I think you'd turn out a lot more black if, it's like that.
Give me a second.
Man, that one sounds real good when you say it like that, Blake. Jesus Christ.
And a JC.
The views of Clara does not represent.
Okay. Felix will just have his eyes narrow at Clara and be like, Clara, please stop this.
I'm sorry.
I do not know. Did you come up with this joke on your own?
No. Well, I mean, Felix, you've been talking to Anna, right?
Yes, I have.
I mean, it's just how me, Skipper, and Anna talked back then. And still do now.
Yes, she speaks in that way you do. At first, she tried to change it, but it got a bit hard to understand.
Wait, she speaks, you mean not just like, like the color thing? She like, speaks like me.
Yes, when I speak to her.
I was just gonna put like a hand on her chin. I thought she said she doesn't want to speak like that.
I think she does it for appearances.
Well, that's good. I mean, I think if you're getting her to speak more like this, maybe she's more comfortable. Wait, does that mean she's not comfortable around me? That's not good. Maybe I should try and get her to speak like this. Maybe tickling her will work.
That she...
No, she's weak to that.
Sure.
She's like real ticklish.
I see. Well, I do not think I will ever need to use that. But thank you for the information.
Wow. It's real nice. Cause it's gonna pat Felix on the back. I'm happy you told me all that, Felix. Wanna go get some ice cream?
Sure. I see no reason not to.
So it's a real nice stall down there. It's set up over here. Claire can walk Felix over to get ice cream.
Sick. Alright.
After getting ice cream, it's gonna head in this direction. I don't know if Felix wants to join me for that conversation.
Why the fuck not? It's the Agent of Chaos. Of course I want to talk to him.
Sick. What's Viridian up to?
I think Viridian's just gonna walk around for a bit, think about what he's gonna do tonight.
Alright. No one you want to run into?
I don't really have anyone particularly right now.
Alright. Well, if you get an idea, you can tell me before we transition to later then. Alright. Clara and Felix are grabbing ice cream, then go over to Brack J.
I was like, fucking road, Felix. It's like, imagine if you had the sprinkles, but they were all inside. And like marshmallows.
That is quite chaotic.
What?
Wow. Wow. Very astute. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Yeah, so you're walking down the way and you see fucking Brack J. You and Felix got ice cream. You fucking got this.
Yeah.
Let me change the music.
To Wild Pear.
Oh, shit. Christ.
We're gonna walk over here and get snapped into a trap. You walked into my Bigfoot trap! What are you doing?
I'll never prove he's real now! Shoot. Alright, give me a second.
Oh my god, look, it's Nia. She's on the rogue team, Grandpa.
Alright.
No, I gotta stop. I'll go forever.
So you could approach Brack as he sat down, eating a rather large bed of stadium nachos. He's grabbing a fistful of them and eating them.
Hey, Grandpa.
Oh, hey there, kiddo! Oh, Felix!
Hello.
Congratulations on beating up those children, kiddo!
Thanks.
It's real painful to watch.
Because liquor ice cream. I mean, we tried to end it pretty quick.
Yeah, they look pretty scared of you.
No, they didn't, Grandpa. I mean...
Yeah, they did. He scoots over and just grabs part of your ice cream cone and takes it off and starts eating it.
Oh, like his hand?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's not like the full scoop. It's just like he grabs a chunk of it off. There's a little nacho cheese on it.
Because it's going to look at her ice cream and keep licking it.
I love Rocky Road.
That is...
Be better with sprinkles.
Felix will just point at him.
tickled me a little bit.
Well, we're about officially in the second round now, Grandpa.
Oh, don't count your eggs before they hatch, but basically, yeah. That's when it starts to get more fun. Everyone takes them way more seriously then, I think.
I mean, I bet. But
That's when the losers start crying, too.
well, we're not
not
planning
be
on
crying.
losing, so I don't have to cry.
That's the spirit, Felix. Took a little too long to get there, kiddo.
Felix just looked at Clara like, I'm sorry.
He slaps his knee like it's the funniest shit to him. Bullying his granddaughter.
Have you seen Anna, Grandpa?
Oh, she's around here somewhere. She was sitting there an hour ago or something.
Maybe she's with Tammy.
Yeah, it's fine. Someone came around and went to go drag her off somewhere.
Well, that's good.
I know, right? Ah, what a shock. I thought I wouldn't be able to get rid of her.
Grandpa, it kind of seems like you just get rid of her anyway.
She's pretty resistant sometimes. Just about hanging off my legs sometimes, you know?
The last two times I've spoken to her, she has said that she cannot find you anywhere, and she's been waiting for hours to find you.
Well, I'm still trying my hardest.
Ah, I see.
It's a real battle between us, you know? I've got the home field advantage, though.
Because it's gonna lick her ice cream. Well, it seems like it's doing good for her, Grandpa.
No. I know, right? That's convenient.
Oh yeah, Grandpa? Corey's gotta go and sit down on the bench next to him.
Got a big mouthful of nachos.
So, we ran into this guy that seemed to know you, Grandpa.
There's a lot of those. I like the way you're looking at me, though, about this one.
Well, he's a real scary guy.
Yeah. Another couple nachos. Not too many small supply of them.
His name's... She's gonna, like, get quieter as Rosalind yelled at her when she mentioned it casually. His name's Sinbad, Grandpa?
See, Bad's right in the name there. That's how you tell.
He said you left him for dead on Lagoon Lawn?
Starts choking on his nachos.
Spits him up on Felix's shoes.
More just on the ground. Oh! Oh, that's Sinbad, huh?
Yeah, we met him when we were in the grindstone.
Man, I guess you weren't too far gone after all. Good. She pats you on the shoulder. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, Grandpa, that guy, he asked me if you were here.
You didn't say it was, did you?
Kinda did.
Uh-oh. He hops up and starts looking around. Whew. I better go find Helen, I think.
Grandpa, I don't think it's gonna do nothing.
Oh, you're really not thinking, you're right. Whew, unluckiest decision I ever made. How was I supposed to know? He was just a kid. Besides, it's not left for dead. I was taking most of the Grim with me. It's not my fault he was a stowaway. See, everyone on that crew was supposed to know how to deal with things like that. Not my fault. He's fine. He made it out. He can't be that mad, right?
I mean, he didn't seem that mad. Claire kind of looks to Felix.
Well, he didn't kill you. That's a good sign.
Yes, he was quite, nice. He gave me a shirt.
Ooh. That's how they get you. Maybe I better stay low profile. Sits back down. It's not just on the floor now. He picks them up and scoops some back into the container and starts eating them. Oh, sand.
So, what exactly was that expedition about, Grandpa?
I'll tell you when you're older.
Grandpa, come on.
I didn't go telling you about that kind of place.
But it sounds pretty interesting, Grandpa.
I wouldn't say interesting.
But I'll be the judge of that.
That's the problem. I don't want you to be.
Come on, Grandpa. Please.
He looks over to Felix.
I would like to hear about it.
Oh, you sure it's sensitive for fauna sometimes, I hear? You know.
I have a strong will.
He's turning around trying to get out of this. Well, it's not a great place.
Claire's just staring at him with big eyes, being like, I love stories.
Stop that. Well, what do you know about Lagualan?
The name?
How about you, Felix?
I'll just look over at Clara. The name.
Oh, see, isn't that nice to have some mystery in your life? You don't want me to spoil everything for you.
Well, I'm sure, you could tell me everything there is about it. Besides, just like, your other stories, I'll have to confirm it for myself one day.
No, you're not allowed to go there.
What? Why not?
Listen, I only have one rule under this household. It's that now.
But why not, Grandpa?
That's not a good place to go.
I mean, what's so wrong with it?
Why am I playing the ballroom music? I just realized. What the fuck?
Theme of Reccio, it's elegant.
That is really the wrong music. Why didn't it fucking tell me? Fuck.
I don't know.
I'm fucking out of it.
I thought we were just listening to smooth listening.
I would never dare question your music choice. Unless it was absolutely bonkers clown music playing for the Clara Felix scene.
God, I was just into it and I fucking snapped.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like some.
I was like, what the fuck?
It was just like some smooth listening. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever.
It's not the feet of the arena. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, people like to call it the Dark Continent.
Yeah? I mean, I know that.
I asked you what you know about it, and you didn't say that.
Grandpa, that's like another name for it.
Now I feel like you're lying to me. I'm not sure I should tell you.
I'm sorry?
We have some of your ice cream, then.
Claire will give him the ice cream cone.
Take a big bite out of it and hand it back. Alright. Well. Okay, so. This is a ways ago. Back when I was, still spry. Well, not super spry. Spry enough. More than a couple people were interested in getting another one of our, expeditions to see if we can't carve something out of the Dark Continent. Something of worth there, you know?
Right.
It's a real mysterious place.
I mean...
Nobody lives there, after all.
Nobody at all?
Well... that's what they say, after all. I mean, who'd be able to live in a place where, well, Grim crawl out of any shadow?
Did you see anything different when you were there? Were there people?
Oh, I've seen plenty of things different. Back over in Lagualan, kind of scowls a bit, gums up his teeth or gums his lips a bit. Well, for starters, it's a real nasty place, not like anywhere else on Remnant. You know, every day of Lagualan's about half the time of the day anywhere else.
What?
Days are shorter there. Don't ask me. He kind of picks his ear a bit, looks at some of the earwax and flicks it off on the floor.
How does
Just
that?
gets... Sun don't rise long, it sets quicker. Sky's red, clouds are black.
That's
Nasty place.
that sounds spooky.
Well, I figure it's something like the Aurora Borealis, but all the time and a bit more scary. Probably because of all the Grimm that live there. We's never gotten too far in there, but we saw some of them Grimm puddles. Blacky is the ink and all that, with a bit of red in it. Like what happens when them Grimm start melting and stuff, when they don't get severed. Pools of them, basically. Instead of water.
That's
Well, there's some water, but it doesn't look that clean. Ground, well, it's cold and hot there. Changes as quick as, well, the wind would shift direction, and not much vegetation to speak of because of that.
sounds like a real black place.
You could say that. You could say a lot more about it. Like I said, though, all kinds of Grimm there. No matter what kind of habitats they normally settled in, it's all the same there to them, and some we ain't seen before. Different kinds of mutations and stuff, all kinds of nonsense happening to them there. And like I said, you turn around, a Grimm will pop out of a shadow that wasn't there before. Some people say that's where Grimm come from originally. If that makes sense to you. Bit too fanciful for my taste, but once you've seen the place, you start to believe things like that.
Once you've seen it, huh?
Well, you're not gonna see it, because nobody's gonna be taking another expedition there. Ours was the last one they set out on. Well, second to last one.
What's the last
At least,
one?
well, at least on ours, a couple people made it back. Fourth one, none did.
None at all?
Nope. Lost contact with him from what I heard. I ain't exactly deep in with the Union or anything, so maybe they knows more about it, but from what the people's I heard, just all vanished. Probably got swallowed up by them. Don't even know if they made it to shore. Water's dicey getting there.
Clay's just gonna look off for, like, at the sky for a bit.
Kind of be licking some of his fingers, getting the cheese off of them. How's Felix doing?
Just stoking that all in. Especially the last part there about everyone dying.
Yep! Not exactly one of the fun stories. Why I don't talk about it to you? Didn't think it made for a good bedtime story.
Well, it's definitely not like some of your older stories.
Nope! Just exaggerating for me. I exaggerate most of the time.
Maybe I'll leave that place for last.
Sighs and looks a bit haggard and goes, "No, you're not going there. I told you."
I see no reason why we would.
Well, ain't much of one. Only reason people want to go there is just for the sake of trying to explore everything, I guess, and, well, he scratches the back of his head. I guess there's a bit of a reasons why some people would want to be going there, but it ain't no good. That landmass is real strange. Geologically and everything, too. Earth between the topsoil's all funky, too. Dust sprouts up pretty naturally there, but, there's a bit of a unique sort of, compound makeup. One of them things of dust there. Different from anywhere else on Remnant. It's called chthonic dust.
Never think I heard of that.
Yeah, well, not really in circulation, and most people don't exactly know about it without trying to find out more about dust. After all, we've only got so many samples. Not everyone thinks it's a real enough differentiation. But the purity and the quality of it's... Well, he scratches the back of his head and kind of strokes his beard a bit as he slumps over more. It's certainly better than most anywhere else. Have to dig it out of some sludge, though, and you's not gonna make it out of there alive too often. I heard that's how old Sinbad made a profit from the trip. Stowed away with some after there. I only got a bit of a pebble of some when I was there. He'll dig around under like his poncho on one of his many necklaces and pull out a little locket. It clicks open and digs out this little small like more ovular looking rock. That's this it's like a tealish blue, but instead of the normal opacity and like color that dust is, it's got more of a milky toned, like hard to see through, and there's not an edge of it like at all. It's not like a hard rocked edge crystal like most natural dust is. He gently takes it between his two fingers and holds it up a bit.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Is that it, Grandpa?
Yep. Never used much of it. From what I hears, though, I mean, using a bit of it wouldn't do much to it. The density, energy stored within this chthonic dust is a bit, well, I guess it'd be redundant, but denser than most other kinds or something. Heard this sort of stuff we had be a lot more efficient to use. This ain't cut either. This is just natural. Found this on one of them shores. Lucky way to find it.
Oh, pretty.
Well, pretty enough to get yourself killed over? I don't think so.
Nah.
Whenever I get a little bit of a fidget in my knee and want to get going somewhere, I just pop this old baby out and look at it to remind myself maybe there ain't some places I need to get going to. He kind of puts it back and clicks it shut. He puts it under his paunches again and sighs as he tries to roll his shoulders a bit, and they just kind of crack, and he looks a bit uncomfortable as he rubs his back.
Clay will like to rub him on the back a bit.
He'll look over at her pretty seriously and goes, "You just wouldn't want to be getting no one killed to be going off gallivanting over there, would you?"
No, Grandpa.
Well, that's why you ain't going.
Right. I promise I won't go, Grandpa.
Maybe Helena and I should be skipping town sooner rather than later.
Clay will just kind of pause for a moment. Grandpa, I don't think he'll be coming around.
Oh, why he wouldn't be?
I mean, seem pretty scared of someone that, we know. Clay's gonna pause for a moment and, like, seem kind of confused. I think he's scared of our, teacher, Mr. Toto?
You're still not good at lying.
That's why.
No, it's true.
That's why I let us talk to him.
Brack will look between the two of you, confused, and whistle. Well, that's scary.
I mean, Mr. Toad's a real nice guy.
I don't think he is. If that guy's scared of him.
Well, then I was planning to go.
I heard old Sinbad's gotten a bit of a reputation now. Sailor or whatever.
I mean, Mr. Toto's been teaching me since I got here. He's real nice. He's kind of like Mr. Morgan. And I was gonna go ask him about all this. 'Cause I felt it was kind of strange. But
Well, I'd say maybe it's better to let sleeping dogs lie if a guy's that scary, but... Well, I guess I can only ask you not to do one thing, and I've already played that card.
Chloe looked down a bit. I mean, if you have other things you want to say, Grandpa, when, you know.
No. Yes, you know yourself best.
Right.
Maybe just take Felix here as some muscle, just in case.
Right, Felix. You can intimidate Mr. Toto.
I do not think that will be possible.
It is scary. Massages his forehead. Looks a lot less spry as he sits there leaning forward on his cane a bit. More like a walking stick.
Grandpa?
Hmm?
Cause kind of just sit there for a moment, kind of awkwardly trying to think. I was wondering. So I can't go to that place because it's real dangerous, and you know,
Yeah?
don't want to get myself or anyone else hurt.
Yeah, how you trying to get out of this one?
Well, I was wondering if I won the Vital Festival. Could I have your locket with the piece of that dust in it? I mean, if I can't go there, I think I'd like to at least have a piece of it. I know.
Shit.
I know it's like probably a real important memory for you. So,
Well, I guess if you managed to, I would be needing to get you some kind of little prize.
we don't plan on losing, right, Felix?
We will not lose.
Well, then I guess you've got yourself a reward on the line now.
Thank you, Grandpa. Make sure to
sure.
earn it.
Course. You better. Nothing more embarrassing than talking big and then looking like a fool.
I can back myself up.
Mm-hmm. Sure you can.
Chloe would start laughing a
You
bit.
get wound up real fast.
It's been an interesting day, Grandpa.
Oh. That's good. Kind of chuckles a bit and sighs and sits up a bit again. Well, that's real good.
Still got a bit
I
more.
better go look for your sister.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I still got a date to go prepare for.
Oh, looky here. A date. Ooh, somebody's a bragger, ain't she, Felix?
Yes, she is incessant about this stuff.
Oh. Rolls
What?
his eyes. She did not get that from me. No, sir. Mind your manners, young lady. We'll whap her with the cane on the head a little bit.
That's...
I better get going. Don't want to catch some of that. Break my old heart to hear.
Well,
Don't want to know what sort of debauchery she's getting up to.
bye, Grandpa.
Oh, goodbye, Clara May. She used to be so innocent when she was younger.
Goodbye, as well.
You see, kiddo. Pat Felix on the head and head off.
That was a joke, by the way.
Yeah, it's real fun.
Felix will smile and look down. Thank you.
Felix tries to contain his fucking big belly laugh.
I think we can go out on there. As Clara still wonders,
Yeah.
why is that place... What about faunus in that place? I don't really... Wait, you didn't...
That's the word that the faunus come from. I didn't explain that. Fuck, I didn't ask.
Let me ask my little goose friend. Come here, you.
I'll catch you sometime, Grandpa. You slippery fucker.
He's gonna kill us.
What do you mean people kinda don't live there, Grandpa? Hey, you can't pin me down if I leave.
Oh.
Alright.
That necklace is really cool now. I'm gonna try and take it.
Cool. Sure. Sure. Go for it. Who's up next? Who's got things they want to do? Viridian got anything? Richard got anything that you want Viridian to stumble into yet?
Oh, no, I didn't come up with anything.
Okay. Clara May and Felix got anything they want to get up to today before we go to the next one? If I go to the next one, I mean get to the event later.
Yeah, I think we can get to the event.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, no pressure. Do what you like.
I think I would like to talk to Toto right now.
Okay.
I don't think this will be that long. Unless he'll be like, hey, went to prison, yeah, I know you're mad. Hey, Gail told us to do it,
Slam your head into the fucking desk. Idiot. You're in so much fucking trouble.
Before or after I win the Bottom Festival?
After.
Nice.
That's not the reaction you should have. Alright, give me a second then.
Look at the fancy woman down here. She gets the title in her name.
She gets the title. Yeah, I guess we'll get to that one tomorrow. This is all a time slip. None of these events disappear.
What the fuck is...
Good thing I prepared the tomorrow map. So Clara May is gonna go talk to
God,
Toto.
Izumi, are you gonna be falling down all day?
Yep. Let me get Clara May.
Felix, you gotta go help her.
I'm tempted. Oh, I'm tempted, but
I ain't touching that.
Sorry, I read a
Tempted
guide.
pull.
That's bad end.
It's bad end.
And Felix gets touched there, and he's off the team.
Fucking
Something bad that I can't say happens, so get demonetized.
Jesus fucking Christ, Blake.
I didn't say it.
I'll get the start too.
I'm sure at some point I can walk down there and hang out with Ozpin and Izumi and her.
Of course. So as Felix is wandering his way around the Coliseum grounds, he would see. Technically, there should be a few more people here. Let me just grab a couple real quick. I'm a professional. A few people stood around watching with some trepidation, as there seems to be a bit of a scene kind of unfolding. None of the immediate guards nearby have done anything, but there's a odd group of people surrounding, and as Felix pokes his way through the crowd a bit, he recognizes Miss Jupiter, of course, standing there confidently upwards, her head kind of tilted up a bit with a hand lowering her glasses down as she's looking downwards toward them with a bit of like an amused, like, oh ho ho, you're standing in front of me, huh? Look on her face. As Felix looks at her, let's see. Is your little thing a chance highlight? Let me look. Sense of strength is
My
chance.
little thing.
Highlight. Sorry, your
Yeah.
little scouter power level. My bad.
Yes.
Yes.
It's always on.
Have you not done a new one yet, or am I just not seeing
I
it?
have not done a new one yet.
Oh my god.
I'm a coward.
This way it can't mean so little!
No,
Yes.
I'm just.
Audience, I'm not joking, I'm actually offended. Put this on the wiki.
Fuck. They're gonna make
Okay.
like 500 reaction videos to this 30-second clip.
Does Noah actually hate Ben? Rooster Teeth breaking down. Ade, put this in your next video. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Give me a chance highlight roll with that. So 2d12s. Nice, an 18. Yeah. The air is crackling with what you imagine is a little less than metaphorical bit of electricity, as there's this tenseness in it, and he kind of feels some of the hairs on his skin stand up. As the look she's delivering with her eyes glowing a little bit seems between that amused expression and like almost a threatening one. Like, are we really gonna do this, kiddo? And who she's staring at is Ozpin and Azumi. Azumi stood back, kind of doing that, like, she's grabbing one of her shoulders a bit and trying fixing her little shirt a bit, and standing, like, behind Ozpin like a scared child, admittably, visibly. As Ozpin stood there, still standing up as straight as you've seen him before, and at all of his lanky might, as he's balanced on his cane off to the side, and is stood there, seemingly unfazed, as his hairs in his eyes kind of standing there with an arm out, like, in front of Izumi. And there's this tense quiet going on right now.
I see. Well, I think with that, Felix will walk up next to Azumi. He'll cast a side glance at her, but he'll then look at Jupiter and then say, what is the problem?
Azumi will flinch a little bit as she sees you, but then look a bit relieved and nervously back at Jupiter, who's now, one of her eyes flicked over towards Felix. And you saw a little static flare up next to her, like, face, as she chuckles a bit and goes, "Oh, Prince, isn't it? Oh, there's not a problem here. I was just trying to give some advice to Miss Sakura here. Very dangerous to be alone as a celebrity like this." And our little moment was interrupted. She sneers back towards Ozpin. She didn't look very comfortable with you. I didn't ask for your opinion, boy. She clicks her tongue and looks around at the crowd of people. My, Miss Sakura certainly has a lot of fans. Kind of crosses her arms and chuckles to herself. I do prefer privacy more often than not, so... I guess I'll let you be, dear. But really, she just kind of shrugs. If you want to be a huntress, you should take the advice of your seniors and, well, I may not be much older than you at this point in the long run, but I do know a thing or two. And I'll tell you, standing behind, and she kind of levels a manicured finger towards Ozpin, empty scarecrows like this one won't get you anywhere in the world. He's not gonna last long. And she'll just kind of flicker a little bit, kind of like a static image changing. And you'll see a bunch of the people nearby slowly, like, disappear. And she'll shrug and go, well, enough gawking for them. And then disappear herself into a little flash of lightning as there's a crackling sound and she disappears.
Felix will...
Azumi's eyes are gonna go wide as she, like, finally stumbles and falls on her knees a bit, lets out a sigh.
Felix will let out a breath too.
Husband will dart his head around. Not his head, his eyes will dart a few times and he'll look over in the distance and then smile and goes, "Oh, she just put them back in place. That's an odd thing to do, but rather convenient in the long run."
Yes.
Hmm.
That woman.
What a troublesome one. And he'll lean, and he'll just kind of tilt his body lower so one of his large arms flops in front of Izumi. And she'll look at it for a second, and he'll cough, and she'll nervously take it, and he'll tilt his body up to lift her up. Thank you, Mr. Ozpin. Oz is fine. And thanks, Felix. More eyes make her uncomfortable, I think. And that's kind of plays a bit with some of the hair in front of his eyes. A funny fear for a woman like that. Fear? Well, she looked quite frightful. Then we'll blink owlishly. I don't think she looked scared of anything. Well, you're not looking at it right. She'll flinch a little bit, ooh, okay. He'll pause.
I think Felix will quickly say, I think what he means to say is that it is difficult to see where her fear comes from, but I must agree.
Oh, goodness, that's a much better way of putting it. Yes, thank you. And she'll sigh and go, oh, my mistake, sorry, and do a little curtsy thing, and he'll go, don't do that, it's embarrassing. But what do you guys mean? Felix, how's she scared?
And he'll cast a glance over to Ozpin. I would agree with his assessment that my intervention may have stopped her from doing something that she may have otherwise done.
Yes, he'll tap the long memory a bit as he swivels to turn more appropriately to both of you. He'll tap it on the ground occasionally, losing his standing a bit each time. It's true. People like that are ruled by fear more so than any other emotion. I think she's long since been vacated, the rest have long since vacated her, truthfully. That's a dreadfully sorrowful sight, but I don't know if there's anything to be done about people like that. Oh, I've heard a few things about her recently. I remember reading something in Huntsman's Handbook about it. Older article, probably. I don't know if they really talk about people like her publicly too much. You're familiar with her, right, Felix?
Yes, I've had the pleasure of meeting her once before.
Sarcasm. Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is that really what happens to some huntsmen? Just kind of ask both of you. And Ozpin will hum for a little bit.
Felix will just kind of look around, hoping, for a couple seconds, hoping the Ozpin will answer, but then he'll go, yes, I do not know much about it myself, but it seems as though it is something that could happen.
Well, let me elaborate for both of you then. He says, missing that you were just answering for him. Well, people like that couldn't handle Grim. Not physically, of course. I think Stella has an outstanding track record personally, if I remember correctly, but something pushed her over the edge, I'd say. I'm not sure what it was, but she cracked, and that's what happened. People end up doing that, I think, when they are too... Well, let me ask you both this, as he leans on his cane and wobbles. Do either of you hate Grim? Sumi will blink a little bit and quickly fix up her hair a bit as she's thinking, as she looks over to Felix, seeing if he has a smarter answer first.
I cannot say I hate them.
I...
Not truly.
Yeah, I think I'd be the same. I mean, Grim are monsters, but... I don't like them, but hate's different, right? Oh, magnitude's different, yes, and I think it's a good sign for your sake, Mrs. Umi. Oh, and yours, of course, Felix, but back to giving you some of that advice you wanted. Not hating Grim is most likely the most stalwart attitude to hold against them. People who can't... No, that would be a bit mercenary to say that way, I think. Moments. People who might... looks over around a few times, like the answer will just pop up in front of him. People would be more troubled by them if they truly embraced it so emotionally. Huntsmen most likely suffer more the more they care in that regard. Not with the reason we hunt them, but our own stake in things. To dedicate one's life so wholly to destroying something, no matter how evil it is, does, I imagine, quite a number on the psyche. Someone like that, it became too much for her, I'd imagine. If I'm allowed to make such a bold claim, your life becomes a dedication to an emotion. One that has long since left your control. One that you have accepted might be impossible without singular focus. I think that's closer to what the hunt might be. And there's no categorical, psychological effect. It affects them whatever way that happens. If anything, I'd say Stella might have hated them too much. Rather than be defeated by them, she was seduced by the prospect of destroying them fully. Something along those lines. Others I've seen recede into themselves, become crippled by their fear of them, or other things. Like I said, there's nothing too, common between them. If there's something I'd give you advice for, Izumi, it would be, don't dedicate yourself fully to being a huntsman. She'll kind of blink a bit, and he'll kind of scratch his chin. Did that come out wrong? I'll look over at Felix.
And Felix will look at Izumi, and then look back at Ozpin and go, I think that you said it the right way.
Hey. Maybe I took it the wrong way. Sorry. She kind of does a little small, tilt to the side and does, a cute smile. I just felt like I was being scolded there for a second. Sorry. Oh. No, I hate scolding people. I guess I just meant, wouldn't it be such a waste if you had to sacrifice everything else to become that? Just a tool for killing Grim. We're not born to hate them. We only hate them because we're born with them around us. To become so foreign from how we came out into this world from dust, it would make you very alien to what your true nature is. I don't think anyone should give up their lives for the sake of that. It shouldn't be necessary, and they'd be better off not doing it. I know I'd prefer not to become a puppet to my own desires. I was done speaking, by the way. Sorry, you just take long pauses a lot of the time, Ozpin, sir. Ozpin. Oz. Felix, am I making her nervous, or is it just a holdover, you think? You could just ask me directly.
Felix will look over and zooming, but he'll keep
Husband's
going.
just looking at Felix like he can't hear her.
I think that your way of speaking and doing things is something to get used to.
I'm already used to it, though.
Others.
I suppose. It's not like I'm stranger than them, though. Sorry, he says as Izumi stares at him blankly confused. But you should be a little more empathetic. Think about how I see things. I'm sorry? It was a joke. Oh!
Sarcasm.
Yes, he pats Felix on the shoulder. But it is, after all, nicer to throw you off, Izumi. You seem desperate to wrestle the control of yourself. It's very unsettling. She reels back a bit, like, oh! And he pauses and goes, No, there wasn't a better way to say that. I think you might be better off asking some of this to perhaps my partner rather than me. I have great advice. After all, I'm a wonderful team leader, but it doesn't seem like it'd be the only thing you need help with, and perhaps she has some opinions she'd like to share too. I see. Could you introduce me? Well, yes, she is quite scary, isn't she? I can do that. But I'm quite hungry first. And I don't have any money on me. Felix, can you buy me some food?
I suppose I could. I tend not to spend much.
I had a student as much. I can't keep it a hold of myself. I buy whatever catches my eye, and it just... He looks to the ground mournfully. Disappears before I realize it.
I see. How unfortunate.
I have quite the collection of cards now, however, which is quite impressive if I do say so myself. If you two don't mind, maybe I could pay for it since you both helped me out. Oh. Think how that'd look on me. Making a junior like you, a celebrity no less, pay for my meal. Then again, you'd have more to spend than Felix, so I suppose this is the only economical choice. Felix, are you interested in taking advantage of her as well?
I would, but I'm afraid how this may look.
That's
I can't
fine.
really accept a bribe.
Oh, it's not a bribe. Oz, you're making this sound a lot weirder. I just wanted to say thank you and get something to eat, and you're both nice. Oh, quite forward. Wouldn't that put your career in jeopardy? That was a joke too, right? Just kind of like pouts at him. How cold. Well, let's get something to eat. He was joking, right?
Yeah. I've become much better at sensing these things. Definitely a joke.
Glad I have a translator. He's certainly insightful, but very unique.
Yeah.
Well, free food if you're in.
Felix will just shrug his shoulders a little bit. Sure.
Cool. And you can go get fucking hot dogs with Ozpin and Izumi. Want sprinkles on your hot dog, Felix? There's not. These fuckers out of here. Alright, Blake, you good?
Yes, I'm good.
Yeah.
I finished eating earlier in that scene.
Cool. Alright, so going to find Mr. Toto. Ah, you know where to find him. He's always up to something. Going over towards Gale's office. He's not at his usual spot outside, but the door is just ajar. You know, the woman is out, and you can peer inside and see Toto's refiling some books and old parchments and things on one of the shelves.
Oh, Clara will knock on the door.
It's open already.
Clara will take off her shoes and walk in. She's not here, but you still have to respect the rules.
Yeah. He looks down and shakes his head. Afternoon, Miss Sora.
Hi, Mr. Toto.
How'd you find dealing with the Mistrali martial arts?
Was real interesting, but I don't think those kids are super experienced.
No, sir. In fact, I'd done say a lot of those techniques don't really come down to a true combat utility. They're cultivation methods.
Cultivating what?
Aura. The body and the soul is what they call it. But if you want to be a bit cut and dry about it, it's a mental and oracular study. Practicing them is a sort of exercise and things like that. Now, they've obviously been able to utilize their aura for a little bit of fighting, as you've seen. But the true method of those techniques where they excel is the support they give to the practitioner's body and mind. It's supposed to be all relaxing and such, and keeps the aura and spirit happy. A lot of people who aren't in our profession don't aim to really need it, still utilize those techniques. Some even unlock their auras from just doing it to stay in more tune with themselves. It's a nice way for a civilian to do it. Still take a good couple years, especially if they're not practicing it hard. Then it could take decades, but, well, still better than nothing.
Is that right? Maybe I should look into, looking it up a bit more.
Well, remember, ain't exactly something you can devote yourself in a flight of fancy. They're called disciplines for a reason. Don't suppose that would put you off entirely.
Well, I can be disciplined, so, it doesn't hurt to look into.
Might as well. Knowledge never hurt too many people.
Claire will kind of look down a bit and just look at some of the things on the table for a moment.
What's burning a hole in your pocket?
So I got something to confess to you, Mr. Toto. So we went out the other day. Me and my team. So we ended up, shucks.
Spit it out already.
So we ended up going to the grindstone.
Look over at you. Why? You real interested in the fellas you locked up a while ago? Or they got out?
No. Viridian, wanted to go there to get some information. And,
Information.
Right.
I get the feeling you weren't exactly meaning you took a tour now. After all, visiting hours and all that ain't too long.
Nah, we ended up going in the back way.
He sighs and puts the book down and massages the bridge of his nose. The back way.
Through the,
No, I know what you mean. I'm just... Well... Already sounding like a hardened criminal referring to it so casually. Now why did you all have to go and do that?
well... Viridian wanted to find something out.
Uh-huh.
Apparently Gale said someone in there would be able to tell him about it.
Uh-huh.
So we...
You don't say. Says raising his voice more than you're used to.
So we ended up...
Well, you go and think someone might grown up finally, and you find out nothing's changed, ain't that? Just nice to hear.
So she told us...
So she done put the idea in his head, and you went along with it, huh?
Yeah?
Well, I can see why you started by saying confessing.
She told us...
Levels you with disappointed stare.
Apparently we're supposed to say that, we're looking for the sailor and that we're friends of Jack.
Now why?
We found the sailor. He was pretty spooky. Told us you were Jack.
No, continues his previous responses, but he's giving Clara, he's turned his attention to Clara and staring down at her. And Clara can almost feel, Clara feels like shivers roll down her spine at the look he's leveling at her. He gives you a sort of, he's got like dark sort of rusty red eyes. They're like almost orange and gray and beige-ish more so than red. But they're like staring deep in her, and you can almost feel like wisps of menace coming from off of him, out of his like furry wispy cloak.
Clara's gonna fucking bow a bit to not have to meet his eyes anymore for a moment. I'm real sorry. I just, after everything...
Well, I'd say anyone would be sorry if they went looking for a troublesome man like that.
It just sounded like you didn't know anything about it, so I thought...
Sounded like none of you knew anything about what you was doing to me.
I mean...
You ever act a little less on impulse?
I mean, we didn't know we were gonna go into a prison, so we already were in there. At least... None of us besides Viridian knew.
You think that's a good enough excuse?
I wasn't using it as an excuse.
I'm more impressed. No, I'm more disappointed y'all didn't think there was something fishy up. I'd say shame on Viridian, but it worked. So shame on the rest of you.
I mean, we found out some of what we were looking for.
Now, what would you have been looking for that you needed to go there?
Claire's gonna hum a bit, being like, gosh.
And how much did it cost you?
Claire's trying to think back, being like, we did give him some information, but I forget what it was.
Is that you or Clara? Sorry.
It's me trying to think it, but I'm also, well, because I don't remember what he said.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Would
anyone like to give him a refresher?
What was the information?
Yes, I would love to.
Go ahead.
In exchange for the information about the 8 monsters, he wanted to know about Felix's relationship with Shin and what he has been up to the past couple of years.
Right, okay. Okay, got it. Chloe's gonna hum a bit, basically giving up the mentality of God, I don't know if I should talk about it.
Shin feels a cold chill spreading.
Okay, so he told us this was real dangerous information to know, and it put our lives in danger. But obviously you're not someone that I think is, I don't think it's, jeez.
Doesn't sound like you thought this through at all.
No, I'm sorry.
That's a good start.
So...
Nothing wrong with apologizing.
Right, okay, so we learned recently that Felix was a slave. He had a mark on his back, but we didn't know where it was from. So, it took a long time, but we started looking up information. We couldn't find anything. So Viridian...
I've got it.
Yeah, I guess made us go to the prison. And it turns out that it's connected to something called the 8 Monsters in Mistral. And,
Put one of the books down loudly on the shelf.
Claire will jump a bit.
Well, he wasn't kidding about giving you dangerous information, considering you've given it up so easily. Miss Sora, how you know I wasn't a dangerous man who'd gut you for saying something like that?
I guess that's my mistake to make.
Yours, but you're not gonna be the only one paying for it if you make it so casually like that. Scolds you with intense, scary glare.
Is my trust in you misplaced?
Might be, honestly. Wouldn't say anyone should be trusting a man that far, especially me. Considering you've learned I'm a scary man.
I'm sorry.
You should be. You're lucky. And luck don't teach you anything. But that ain't exactly a lesson I want taught to you in the first place. But the way you's acting and the rest of you acting, might be time something like that did end up happening to you. Maybe then it'd keep the rest of you safe. Kind of sighs and massages his face. Now, this ain't all yours fault. I know someone who done dangled something in front of the rest of y'all. Putting a lot of trust in kids. I'll be having a word with your headmistress over this.
Alright. Claire's is like kind of looking down a bit. Kind of standing like, straight up. Being like, I'm being scolded, but I came in here for this.
You're lucky. Sailors. Dangerous man, I don't gotta tell you that to understand. Make it through to you. You've seen what he's got in his accommodations there. He's scary because a lot of people want men like that around. They're willing to do favors for him in exchange for things.
Definitely not someone I'd like to have to run into again.
Poor opening move, then. Especially if you gave him something worthwhile to hear about. Might expect you to be able to shake a tree once in a while when he needs a coconut. And he'll keep you in his little book. Even a village idiot's gonna know something useful, Sora. It takes a wise man to remember that, so they mark it all down.
Right?
Cobbler's not gonna know how dust works, but they might know what you need at the right time, so you ain't gonna forget about them just because they're a backwater shoemaker, right?
Right?
Kids like you aren't gonna just slide off the radar. He's gonna remember you.
Okay.
Well, learned that lesson already, I guess.
Chloe's still like looking down.
He'll just go. He'll start sorting through the shelf again and wait for Clara to say something else. Give her as much time as she needs to let that lesson sink in.
Well,
What are you gonna do?
about
What
that.
you learned?
I mean, Nothing?
Finally, something sensible.
I mean, it was just about learning more about Felix, and I don't think any of us want to go, well, messing with something like that. Especially Felix doesn't wanna.
That's a smart choice he's made. He's a mess that you're out of. No reason to go dig up some mud and throw it back on yourself.
Right.
We spend our lives trying to get clean of stuff like that. Not all of it's gonna come out by the time we kick the bucket, but the least you could do is make yourself look pretty for the funeral.
Right. So, how much trouble am I in?
Not just you, Miss Sora.
Right.
Y'all are in a lot of trouble.
Right.
A historic amount of trouble for this school.
So.
Oh, you four in your headmistress.
Not so.
Didn't think she'd break the record out of school.
So is this before or after the festival's over?
Depends on how well you's doing in it.
I mean, we're aiming to win.
Let's see how long that lasts.
Claire, like, look up with him when she says, like, trying to win, and then look down again. Right.
The longer you stay in it, the longer you out of this office.
Well, I mean...
Minute that slips, though, that's curtain call. As he slams the book shut that he's looking for and puts it back on the shelf.
We'll jump again. I guess I'll be back in here when the festival's over.
Cocky.
I was told to be confident.
Confidence requires sense. Well, I guess if there's one thing I know, it's that y'all are performing pretty darn well. Real proud of you.
Claire's like hearing that being like, oh god, he still sounds really menacing.
Was real impressed with y'all. Everyone's performance. Guess there's gotta be some kind of hitch in it.
Sorry?
Yeah, you is.
Do you want me to help sort these?
Now why would you do that to yourself?
Because
You know it ain't gonna make anything easier for you.
I know, but I still feel bad, especially because I'm not getting punished right now.
Well, I guess we can fix that then. Help me put these back in the correct alphabetical order and go check for some of these.
Right. Yes, sir.
Gail never keeps them in no check. Got her own system, she said. Well, can't leave her in charge of keeping things in order. Seen what happened when she does.
Claire will start alphabetizing. And she's listening to him, like, mumble angrily about Gale.
Corral. Any more questions you got for him about stuff you learned from the sailor?
Yes. Also, Mr. Toto, apparently, the sailor doesn't like my grandpa, so I was kind of worried he might come around here.
That figures. Still nursing that one. Never shut up about it. No, you won't.
Alright. Thank you.
I'd kill him.
Oh.
Well, it's the only correct reaction to someone going after a student in their family.
I guess so.
Crossing a line. Not allowed to happen. Man's wanted. Got bounties out on him. They'd kill him too if he did something like that. Well, if people cared as much. I'd say there's still a few decent folks in the VRA who might try and swoop in before anyone could stop him. But I'd be quicker. Get one whiff of him, send him out of here.
Right.
Man's curse brings trouble wherever he goes.
Claire's internally debating, do I ask more questions now that I'm already fucked?
You might as well. How much worse could it get?
He seemed pretty friendly with us. I mean, still in a real threatening way. How's he cursed?
Well, no venture the sailor gets up to without a little kickback, you see. Every one of his little cruises ended up with him rich and him alone rich. Surprise, your granddad was one of the ones who actually lived. Most of the time that boy hit a boat, well, boat wouldn't come back in any pieces I'd like to see. So, made it to all the worst places in the world from what I'd understood of the real stories. Always bring back something fancy. Always get himself a bit more fascinated with things. Till he finally up and learned his lesson one day. Not like he was a fool necessarily. Just probably couldn't stomach knowing he'd get anyone else killed like that so easily. And once you've got enough information on the world and enough money to not know what to do with it, you become a real interesting fella to keep information around. Start sticking your hands and fingers in pies and all of that. Knows a little bit about everything most people don't. Easy way to ingratiate oneself to people in higher places. VRA's just the best one for him. Not enough brass in that sort of organization. Stuff like that can't stay safe in the sands here. Gets buffeted too easy. Gets all rough. At the end of the day, the VRA might keep the peace some places, but they're just mercenaries. Not a real military no more. Just run like a warlord's group. Just a lot more militarized, organized. Care about their image enough to keep everything spick and span. And I dare say care a little bit about the prosperity of the sands here. Just not enough to know they're one of the core tenets of Vacuo. You familiar with it yet? It's called Mind Your Own Goddamn Business. Leave everyone else to their own things. Don't go sitting on anyone else's shade. And enjoy life to the fullest. They, though, like to get things all in their shade. Feel bad for any of the folks that gotta run against them, but, well, lucky for the sands, there ain't enough of them to keep them all intact.
Claire's is quietly alphabetizing while listening.
She could let him keep going for a bit before she gets to the next question if she has one.
I can't immediately think of anything. I don't know, do either of you have
Does
something?
the audience want to submit questions?
Does the audience have something they want me to ask Toto?
How about you, Ben?
Nice to cringe.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I think it's covered for me.
Yeah, I can't think of anything immediately either.
Alright.
It could be like, hey, who's Jack? But then it's like,
How do you
hey,
know him?
that's probably the worst possible question for me to be asking.
I mean, you're in it pretty bad already. You might as well keep going. Can I ask who's Jack? How does he know the sailor? Stuff like that. Why were they business partners at one point, or whatever he said? Not business partners, associates.
Well,
Yeah. You do those questions if you're willing to ask them. You're not terrified.
sure.
You don't have to, though. Don't go for it if you don't want to.
No, it's fine.
Oh, no. I wouldn't want to force you.
No, it's fine. I've already decided. Don't keep that going.
No, I didn't want to bully you into anything. Go ahead.
Oh, GM, I feel like this conversation's done. Well, you could always ask about this if you're not a pussy.
Well, I feel like if I don't remind you of these things, you'll go, I wish I asked him that later. It's only happened once or twice.
Mr. Toto? So who's Jack? Well, I know Jack's you, but like, is that like your name?
Well, do you think Toto's a real name?
No?
Don't know anyone who'd hear that without thinking it sounded funny. He just stares at you. Like, just blankly.
Why is he so scared of you?
He's got a brain.
Oh! You always seem pretty nice to me.
Well, who says he's putting some books away? Haven't gone by Jack in a long time, and I'm intending to keep it that way.
Right?
Don't know what people would force me to change that.
Right? I wouldn't go telling anyone anything.
Oh, you do as you like. Wouldn't change the truth of the matter for now.
Clarice thinking, what the fuck does that mean?
But for your curiosity's sake, yes, I went by Jack.
Do you have some relationship to Mrs. Sinbad?
Once, I suppose. Got one now, obviously.
Is that right?
Right, I'd say.
I guess we were just all surprised when, he mentioned you and not, Gail.
Oh, well. I made sure Dorothea tried not to associate with dangerous fellas like that. Especially the ones I actually knew of. But she's got a good habit of going places I didn't want her to in the first place. Luckily, I know how to keep a leash on people like that well enough, and he knew not to do nothing. Though I told her she should never really stay in contact with people like that. I told her if she ever needed something real desperate, she had, well, a bit of weight she could throw around, and well, what was I expecting, truthfully? Let's be honest. This doesn't surprise me.
Close. Continue to sort. I don't think I have any more questions.
Got it, Chief. Alright.
I got ice cream, talked to Felix, got all busted in a lot of trouble.
You're in so much trouble.
I know, I walked in here knowing that.
I'm gonna die. Okay. So, Clara and Viridian want to fucking pre-game before the dinner.
Well, Clara would be in the room.
Yes, would be.
That's Lullaby's room. Where the... you deleted it. Okay, that makes sense.
No, I had the real one up there.
Yeah, Clara would be in the room getting ready. Probably
I don't know.
around that time.
Yeah.
We can just go straight there. Or we can pre-game if you want to. Other than that, it's up to you.
You being Richard, I presume?
Yes.
Because I don't control Viridian.
Yes, that is who I'm talking to the person who controls Viridian. Not to you, Noah.
Just checking. Just making sure. We're all on the same page here.
Alright, well, Viridian isn't the, do everything at the last minute kind of guy, because that makes things too hectic. So he was spending some of his time walking around, looking for somewhere he can get something nice to wear. Because he's just assuming whatever he already has, besides the weird thing he wore to the ball, isn't nice.
Nice. That's fair. It's fair.
Yeah.
that's a fair assumption.
He knows himself.
I know who I am.
Claire,
so he's like out in the town looking for things.
Yeah. Looking for some things to
Claire,
sprucing up, I guess.
Claire has
It is
Right.
for Kit.
Yes.
You got it, Chief.
Clara has been on plenty of dates by now, so she owns, at this point, a few nice, more dress type of clothes. Aren't like go to the ball type of things. Most of them are at Rosalind's Manor, but she is able to find at least one thing that's here.
I don't want to go there. It's full of booby traps.
Oh, no.
Movies. Alright, here. One sec. Green's wandering around town.
I asked her, I need you to get me one of my outfits without telling her.
Of course, miss. Anything to fix this. I'm fucking tired of this. Moping around. Alright.
Rosalind is
It's
complaining.
Viridian.
Rosalind is complaining to Aster, being like, what the fuck is wrong with her?
Rosalind, please. As Viridian's walking around downtown, checking out the stalls, looking for some appropriate attire.
And some appropriate attire. Maybe like some cologne.
Yeah.
It's like, he thinks it's fucking stupid, but if Irene said wear something nice, he assumes she picked one of those stupid fancy places.
Exactly. She doesn't mince words. She doesn't use them for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, as he's kind of staring at this like stall, I imagine like if it's like a cologne stall and like nice finer silk stall, he's probably sitting there for like a fucking while, being like, "What am I doing here?"
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's
So,
like, I don't know how to decide this.
after he's been staring there for a while, so just clap him on the shoulder and go, you look really wigged out, man. You good?
Yeah. Don't sneak up on me while I'm deep in thought, Ollie.
See, normally that's a fair assessment, but I came wandering over here pretty obviously. I think you're just getting suckered in by all the colors.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of colors.
That's true. Look at them. Whole rainbow of these sorts of things.
Damn near more than a rainbow, I figure.
Yeah, probably more like a prismatic lens, sort of exploding into colors and... I don't know. Well, if you're trying to get out there, maybe just not some sort of brown or green. Kind of overplayed at this point, man.
How can you overplay what works? But
He shrugs.
look at it and be like, I guess I can be partial to a dark blue.
Oh, there you go. A little outside the box.
Trina's just gonna like pick up a bottle, open it, sniff it, go, this one smells nice. Don't attract vulture rats, does it?
The shorter variation says as she's perched on her barrels. Well,
Every goddamn one. He's just
Why
gonna
is-
say, putting it back down.
hey, that one's only if you let it stick on you for a few days. You gotta wash that shit off.
I guess that's on the list of options then.
Smelling good doesn't come cheap.
I don't think anything here comes cheap.
I'm not selling you trash, of course not. This is high quality wares only. Get these colognes from Witch's Post. Best place to make them. Oh wow, they're still trading? Well, they're pretty old.
Old,
Wow.
huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, duh. Yeah, I guess they're still on lockdown or whatever. Yeah, no one really knows what's going on there. Last couple of people I heard brought a caravan towards Witch's Post, got their place ransacked. Didn't take anything apparently, though. Camels and everything wandered back with all the goods still intact a couple days later. Weird.
Wow.
Wasn't too friendly when we showed up there. That was a while ago. Wonder what crawled up their asses. Ah, so, Viridian! Smacks him on the back. You, the hell are you doing anyway?
But I'm gonna need you to ask more clearly than that, but I is looking for something to freshen up for the night.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird. What are you doing?
And he's gonna be like, well, I is none too caught up on all the issues going on your team, but your leader is putting me in a bit of a spot.
Oh, whoa. Whoa, she wasn't kidding about that? Oh, fuck. Oh my god. He kind of coughs into his arm and bends over and puts his hands on his knees. Oh my god, that is... God, Irene is... God, but she was... That is so like her.
If that girl knew how to kid, she went straight for 100 miles an hour, man.
Hey, she's pretty funny most of the time. She can handle it. I just... Ah, man! She really goes all in sometimes. I'm sorry, I suggested to her locking you guys in a room at some point, and... Well, then she... Sorry, I said lock those guys in a room at some point. Then she joked that it'd be better to get everyone involved in, and I said, yeah, you could have a double date, and I guess she took that seriously. Oh man, you and Clara stepped into some shit with this one. Well, I guess May kind of got herself involved too.
You know, nothing against you personally, but I'm starting to wonder if you're as harmful as a friend as you might be as an enemy, Ollie.
Kind of flicks his hair a bit and smiles. Well, as an enemy, you'd never know that how worse I'm making your life. At least they tell you honestly as a pal.
Shoot, well, if I had a problem with it, I'd sock you one. So, I mean, no reason for y'all to stop.
Wow. Yeah. Real mess.
It do sound like that. It don't sound like there's going to be no easy comeuppance from it either.
Yeah, well, I mean, if she got them both to agree to it, it might be a good sign. Figured. Well, Kit might be a bit more reticent to this offer, but, hey, sometimes she just rolls with the punches and doesn't do anything. Ironically, not doing that got her in this whole mess started, but, wouldn't exactly blame her. Think.
Yeah. Well, even if I don't got no high hopes for nothing of it, I is going to be saying I ain't going to be letting Miss Kit down if I can help it.
Hey, that's the spirit, my guy. Man. So you and Rosalind, like, really hate each other. Is it, like, as bad as you're on your side? Because, wow.
Well, supposing I don't like a couple things about her. Supposing there's another issue on my side. But,
What's that?
well, it ain't like it's the one I shove it in her face, but he's just gonna shake his head and go. Even he'll be like, fuck it, I don't care if I sound. I don't care how I sound about it. We ain't gonna be starting off on the best of foots, even in the best of times, on account of, well, on account of who she just happened to be.
Oliver kind of like brush under his nose with a finger a bit and kind of chuckle and go, oh, yeah. Kind of seems like you guys both got it out for each other just on that regard.
Yeah, I think I got that idea.
Yeah, when she actually gets talking, she's not very subtle. Oh, with Rosalind, the problem is she's sharp. She's seeing things and all that, that people aren't exactly saying. She's not like an idiot, right? So, you act a certain way and she's gonna read into it. The problem is, well, I wouldn't exactly call her literate perfectly with people. Putting too many of her own, interpretations for it, I'd say. Probably gets her off on the wrong foot with a lot of people. Well, on her end. And, then it just kind of goes, well... Man, I feel like a tool saying it, but it's kind of like a flower, Grows for a while, blooms into its own issue before you even know about it. That's the kind of person. That's how she holds on to things like that.
Right. You'll notice she's still looking over stuff and be like, sooner or later that kind of thing is going to lose her some important battle.
Yeah, oh yeah. Don't worry, that's been, kind of does that, like, deep breathe-in thing and wincing, like, yeah, that's, about something, I heard slung at her before. Kinder went real at it a while ago. Hasn't been the same since. That's kind of what got this whole shit show started. I don't really know when, May got real involved. I guess it was inevitable since, they're a package by now, but man, I didn't see it going the way of getting pissed off at Roz. To be fair, she doesn't play well for herself.
Right. Well, I suppose in y'all saying all this, wish I had known a little sooner. Don't want to go causing no trouble for Miss Kit.
Well,
or Miss May.
Well, that's the funny thing about Kit and May. They kind of have something similar I see between them, is that they don't really go talking about their own problems enough, because, I wouldn't dare put a reason to either of them. Don't know which one's which, but, whether it's for self-preservation or just some bit of, self-preservation method, you know? They end up doing it, just causes more messes. Kid been telling you about this, probably would have helped. Who knows? Maybe she just wanted to forget about it. Got a bad habit of that.
Maybe. I mean, it's always fun when I was hanging out with her. I was hoping it's the same the other way. Not too easy to spoil the fun when you don't wanna.
Yeah. He sighs. That sounds something more similar to what she's probably thinking. But, who knows? Think about it sometimes. Realize, in the scheme of things, I mean, I know Kid a bit by now. I'm pretty close, but I guess there are a couple things I still don't have a clue about when it comes down to this kind of stuff. Nothing like a little, late-age teenage drama to put things back into perspective and really make you feel like a child, huh?
Yeah, you could say that again.
Well, that's what happens when women's pride get offended. Not gonna let that go easy.
That is true. Ingredients is gonna kind of shake his head and go, if my friends weren't involved, I'd be just as easy letting things go well enough alone. Let Vega talk whatever talk she wants, give me whatever warning she wants. You just shrug and go, ain't like I was trying to prompt the fight, I was just being me.
I think that made it worse.
Shrug
You know,
and go.
she's expecting you to defend yourself a bit more, I think. I mean, she seemed half as mad that you just kind of, well, she said you just laid there and took it, and that pissed her off, apparently. She was ranting all about it. I dipped before she finished. I don't know why Irene stuck it out, but I guess that's what motivated her to finally try and get this sorted.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna pretend that me and Miss Vega ever gonna be hunky-dory, but she wants to get pissed at that, that's fine. Ain't worth it to start no scene over just some word slinging. But is worth it to do something if it's messing up with Miss Kid and Miss May.
That's fair. Yeah. Don't know why you guys put up with this sort of stuff. I'd have skipped at this point. Look,
Yeah.
it's great, but this worth it, man? It's a lot of hassle.
I mean, I ain't gonna say that I ain't considered something like that, but I am gonna say that I ain't considered skipping just like that. I was just, well, you gotta be reasonable about these things. You don't know if you're gonna be in the cards together forever. And he's gonna shrug and go, but I mean, as long as I hear, as long as I like her, as long as we having fun together, things are going well, I ain't gonna try to mess it up. If it gets messed up by itself, then that's just the way it's gonna fall.
Man. Oh, that didn't sound like this when I had my first relationship. This shit's making my insides turn, man. Come on.
Hey man, know it be like that a bit, but hey, I'm a simple country boy.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. Well, don't say I didn't warn you if it becomes too much trouble.
I won't hold you to anything like that, Ollie.
Yeah.
And
Well-
with stuff like that, I'm more than happy to just leave well enough alone.
Kinda nods. Yeah, it's probably why Kit gets along so well with you. Doesn't like having people poke in, ask questions is how I've gotten the vibe. Rosin will prattle on and on about her stuff. You know, prattle's a little mean. It's hard to call it obnoxious when she's talking about her family and all of that, but you try and ask Kit a couple questions and she dodges it pretty easily.
Yeah, there are people like that. Ain't nothing wrong with keeping a bit to yourself.
Oh, I'm not complaining. Still, just really makes me think. Funny they got along so well.
Yeah. That is funny, ain't it? Well, God is up to some mysterious stuff.
Yeah, someone is.
Fine. I'll go with this one. How long do I have before I have to wash it off?
4 days.
That's fine. I don't really want to be smelling like this. I'll probably wash it off tomorrow.
Oh, man. You wash that shit off that quick? Maybe we should make you wear perfume more often. Then you wouldn't be stinking up the place.
Hey, don't go getting no ideas.
I think I just found the solution I finally wanted. Want to grab some breadfruit?
Yeah. Might as well.
Yeah. Saw a place frying it up earlier. Let's get it before they run out of batter.
Yes, okay. Good.
So, head on over. Get your breadfruit on a stick. Your fried breadfruit on a stick.
Yes.
Alright. If there's nothing...
My favorite stick-based food.
Your favorite stock-based food.
Wait, corn dogs. Never mind.
You like corn dogs more than fried breadfruit?
Oh, it's hard.
It's bullshit. Wait, what? Did my map explode? What the fuck? Well, 20, I'm fucking sorry. Hold the fucking phone. I need to refresh my roll 20. I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket.
Is it time for some Painted Blake last minute map making?
It's not like I spent hours on this, but I did have some... I did put in some finer details. Okay, it's working good. I just need a refresh. I thought it just erased every asset. Okay. Once you see it, you'll know why I would be pissed if the assets were erased. It's nothing grand, but there's certainly some details that I think will be, I think you'll be able to see that I put care into this map. I presume there's nothing else people want to get to before we finish this part up and then move on to the next day afterwards. So I will go grab your tokens. And now would be the time that you put the last things down.
I'm all good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Give me a minute as I get all these. I forgot the actual player and NPC tokens that I'd need. Does Felix want to go dress up as a waiter to watch the date?
Yeah, he would. I'd love to character assassinate myself.
My
How'd
favorite
you know?
joke.
Honestly, yeah. It's pretty good.
Right. I presume Clar and Varun will probably be walking there at the same time.
I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it. So, you guys will, Irene will give you the address and the location. You are going to, the fancy northern, it's inspired by Northern Valish food, so Northern Santa's food. It's, Alaxa Dente is the name of the restaurant.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
I think the pun will be a bit obvious when I get to there.
Does it involve elephants?
Oh. No!
Okay.
Yes.
Noah?
God damn it.
Welcome to Loxodente. It's like al dente, but with Loxodon in the middle.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so who's sitting where?
Why would you?
What?
I feel like the position's pretty obvious. I don't think you'd go crisscross.
So we're at the window seat that views the Hummer with machine gun.
Yeah, you know, like the VRA is just like this. This isn't that uncommon. I realize I don't have enough VRA attention on some maps.
Local flavor.
Just seeing soldiers loitering around and like in like military vehicle is really common. You guys are used to this by now.
Yo, are you a bouncer? Isn't this like a family restaurant?
It's a fancy restaurant. It's in shade.
Fair enough, my guy.
I don't want to get robbed.
Even in shade, like a nicer restaurant, it's not like a Valish or Adlesian, formerly Mantley, an upscale place. It's not a Miss Raleigh tea shop. It's still a place filled with degenerates.
That guy's messing with his shotgun.
Yeah, exactly. He's observing it.
So we like check our weapons at the door.
Oh yeah.
Because I fell for that once. I'm not doing it again.
You can put it in this locker over here and retrieve it later.
Just like always hold a knife on you. Just be like, yeah, this is my weapon.
I put my knife in my boot.
It's because they're walking your way over. You see Irene waiting out, leaning on some man's truck. She's flicking. She has her AirPods in, and is listening to something on her scroll. And she'll see you both and take them out, put them in her pocket, and stare at you both as she stands up. Okay, good.
Oh. Huh?
Hello. They're both here already.
Right. Well.
Alright. I don't want either of you to hold back on anything. Whatever this mess is, I don't even know at this point. It feels like you all have different problems. Just please. She massages her nose a bit. This was supposed to stay an internal team matter, and neither of them were willing to solve it. And I gave them credit that they would eventually be adults about this, but it seems it was a miscalculation on my part to not attempt to intervene as a friend and teammate. And now you are both somehow involved in this mess. I apologize for my part in this. Now, I'm going to fix this.
Alright. Well...
Please do your best not to start any fights or screaming matches or whatever. Even if it's not your fault, I don't want them embarrassing us in some restaurant either.
Alright, I'll start nothing. I'm here to...
Like I said, not necessarily you two either. Them too.
Well...
He's gonna, like, open his mouth, hold up a finger to, like, say something, but he's just so taken aback by how he thought Irene would act and how actually, like, I'm sorry, I'm being reasonable, I want them fixing this, that she is acting. Bring his finger down for a second and go, yeah, alright.
Right. Thank you. And I appreciate the quick upkeep on this sudden matter. Consider it my attempt at making up for lost time.
Alright, that's fine. Hopefully we can get all this worked out.
Yes, I've already paid for the meal and reservation, so don't worry about that either.
Alright.
Alright. Try and have a lovely evening, and I hope this works out for the both of us. Goodness. I need a drink, she says as she starts to wander, as she starts to leave.
So she don't know everything that's going on, do she?
I don't think so. I mean, it's hard to tell how much she knows about what's going on. It's hard to tell how much I know about what's going on.
You know, I don't think anyone knows all about what's going on.
Maybe that's why it's so complicated.
Ah, jeez.
So, we'll start walking forward.
This place looks annoying.
I mean, it looks pretty nice. Can't say I've ever been here.
Yeah, it looks too nice. That's what's annoying about it. But, whatever.
Well, she'll stop you guys as you're coming over.
Huh?
Got a reservation?
Yeah?
He'll look you over. Weapons?
Not on me.
Good Viridian.
He's gonna, like, pull it out, hold it in his hand, kind of wiggle it a second, go, got it right here.
He'll bang the wall, and a locker will shoot out and open up. And he'll get out a tag, get like a fucking sticker machine. I'll tag it and put it in. You can get it on the way out.
Alright. Everyone will think for a second and be like, no, I don't want to cause any problems here for Miss Kit. And he's gonna like, reach down to one of his he's wearing a nicer clothes, but reach into down to where his down to his leg and like pull out a knife and be like, supposing y'all want this too.
Yeah. Good call.
Alright. That's all I got on me. He'll say,
Alright.
leaving his hands.
He'll label them both under your tag and give you a little number that you can ask for them later with. And let you on through. Alright. You guys can,
That was freaking weird.
As we walk in, Claire's just gonna look to Verdine. I just have mine strapped to my thighs under my dress. Really should just keep those things hidden.
Verdine's gonna give her a blank stare, like, really?
Yeah, I mean,
Whatever.
you've been around Shade long enough. I was gonna ask you for weapons. You don't know what they're doing with them. I learned from the initiation.
whoa.
Scar gonna start walking
The
forward.
moral test. Wow. Even I didn't know that one, Viridian. Should done hoodwinked you. Should kill her before she kills you. Right? So, alright. So you two can make your way over. Yeah. Kit's in one of her Mistrali style, like, just dresses. It's kind of like a fucking, not a full-on kimono. It's not too fancy. It doesn't have, like, all the ribbons and shit, but it's like one of those robe things with, like, a, like, obvious, like, undershirt and things. But she's just sat there. Her hair is pulled back in a ponytail right now. She doesn't have, like, her goggles or anything. And Rosalind's just in one of her, like, darker black with, like, red trimmed on some bit suits. Dress suits. And with, like, dress pants and stuff. And they're both sat there at the table, both kind of looking awkwardly off to a different direction, not talking.
Claire's in a light blue, just pretty basic dress. And just some nice shoes that are good for walking around Shade in.
Yeah. Cleats. Alright. You guys can slide on into the booth. Kid'll wave to you guys. Hey guys!
Huh?
Look, relieved to have anyone else to talk to break the fucking silence. The elephant regards Viridian as he walks by. Its eyes seem to move with him as he walks through the place.
Oh, God.
It's a real elephant head, by the way.
Oh, of course it is.
These aren't props.
Of course.
It's mounted. It's fine. It's just one of those optical illusions. It's definitely not a security camera.
Definitely not. Viridian doesn't look directly at it as he passes by.
Yeah, Rosalind moves over to make sure May has room. And kind of pauses as she looks over at her.
Claire, like, look to her.
Evening, May. You look lovely.
You look real nice, too.
Thank you.
You're looking nice, Kit.
Oh, thanks! I didn't know exactly how much we're supposed to dress up because Irene exactly didn't give the greatest details. I mean, what kind of place constitutes nice and Shade? I didn't know we had places this expensive here.
Yeah, she just kind of told us we were going here.
Well, Mr. Prada, for short notice, y'all sure got yourself done up real 9 out of 10 lack.
Oh, I missed the last point.
Radiant's gonna smile and go, "Oh, sorry, I thought of something like this, and I think I brought the last point for you.
Oh,
Could I see your hand?"
sure.
Alright, and
Offer it daintily like a woman in waiting.
alright, Viridian is going to fish in his pocket for a second. I have a mental image for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have a mental image. You fucker. You just said that. You fucking just... Fuck you. Fuck off. God damn it.
You didn't catch it at first.
Yeah, because I was trying to be in the game, and you ripped me out.
Alright, Viridian's going to...
The
pull out
name
of
for this is still pending, of course.
Yes, of course. Still pending. Viridian is going to pull out of his pocket long piece of not string, but like not yarn.
Thread.
It's kind of twiny thread-like stuff. And, like start wrapping it around his fingers, so he's got a bit of a cat's cradle thing going on.
Oh, nice.
And he's going to go, "Alright, so just follow this," and he's gonna slip his hands like around hers, so that the center of the thread is around it, and start looping it around his fingers in like little knots to catch it and make it cross weave over. And as he pulls it down, it starts pulling over Kit's hand, and he pulls it forward and makes a little cross-stitched armlet on her arm out of it.
Ain't that cute? Kit'll fucking smile and clap. Oh my god, that's fucking adorable. When'd you learn how to do something like that?
Well, saw Miss Gwen messing with some strings a while ago, and well, since things are working out real nice now, I thought I'd take a crack between us. Thought I'd take a crack at it myself.
Oh, don't let her know. She's just gonna try and outstage you next time. I think it looks beautiful, though.
Vinny will smile. He loves giving Kit little gifts like that.
She'll chuckle a bit and show it off to, like, Clara.
That looks real pretty. Chloe will like lean towards Ross a bit. I'm sorry, I didn't get you anything. Besides, an apology for walking away like I did yesterday or the other day.
Just kind of cough a bit and go, it's fine. May, I wouldn't expect something. Don't worry, we can...
Won't expect anything.
Right, and they're all like, and she looks uncomfortable for a second and goes, I didn't imply. She looks kind of embarrassed. May I give you my full thoughts?
I'm joking around.
I'm sorry,
You just look tense.
I am. May... It's okay, don't apologize,
We can talk about that later.
Her eyes dart to the side as Kit's like lean forward now listening and goes, "We're trying to have a moment, Kit. Don't leave us out of it."
It's fine.
And what gives you the right to be a part of it exactly?
I mean, we're all sitting at the same table.
Right. Rosalind just drops it as your waiter comes over. Well, hey, what can I get you, everyone?
That's not Felix.
No, but it's a suspiciously antlered waiter.
Nice.
He's got white hair and antlers.
Nice.
He's wearing the like attire that most of the waiters have, which is like these like dark black like dress pants. And then they have like, it's kind of odd. They have like a beige nice dress suit that has little like yellow suns and elephants across it. Like in a crisscross pattern.
Oh my god, how did I not fucking get it? How did it take me till you mentioned... How did I not notice? Fuck.
Come on.
I didn't... I just didn't put it together, I'm sorry.
Oh, what can I get you? Sorry, elephants. Not on the menu.
Yeah, wow.
Why don't you just start us off with some appetizers, son?
Alright. Elephant's actually on the menu if you want it, by the way.
I think we're good for now.
Okay. Get you some appetizers. Want some finna drink?
Yeah, I'll go with the water.
Yeah, water's fine with me.
Do you have any wine? Oh, of course, we've got plenty. Just something red and nice. Some wine. Okay.
Good breakfast today?
Oh, wine today.
I fucking like that. Telling me what I'm doing.
He'll get you some. He'll take your order and come back in a little bit with some wine and some entrees. Some. All right. Yeah. We'll come back when you're done with those. Wow, stellar service. Do you think they get paid enough to wear those outfits?
It's a weird.
Kit kind of snickers a little bit, and Rosa looks over and smiles, and then they both stop for a second and kind of go back to looking awkward and quiet.
It's definitely a real weird theme for a restaurant.
Rosa will look away and look back at Kit and the rest of you for a second. I believe it's from a cultural story around here. Perhaps not within the exact proximity, but, well, more from Kokina. Back in the... Well, I suppose they probably still have some ritualistic rites involving it, but the elephant was quite precious to them.
Is that right?
A long time... Yes, actually. A long time ago, a majority of their militaristic might came from elephants they'd tame and ride into battle. Fearsome creatures, especially when trained with oracular combat training. Not too dissimilar to how I imagine Amis, your friend's dog. What's his name?
Fryer.
Right. Imagine... She kind of struggles for a second as she's having this exchange with you. Imagine him, but an elephant.
Really? That awful big fryer to have must have been real useful.
Yes. So I believe... I'm sure the owner must have been from that region.
Combat elephant certainly seems like... Well, real mighty handy taking on some of the bigger crew.
Certainly, and especially the local tribesmen who didn't have as much talent with taming the beasts. Okay, but where's the sun coming from? Oh. No, I haven't the faintest idea. That might just be something he likes.
It's always real hot. You know, sun's blaring down.
Yeah, May. But if it was just that, I think every store would have a big sun here.
I mean, I don't know. It's a pretty good symbol, I guess.
I guess. What kind of aberrations would worship the sun, though? It's the thing that makes it the worst here. Well, truthfully, most of them probably prefer the nights, so I'd imagine more moon iconography, if that was as simple as an explanation.
I mean, maybe it's a thing of worshipping the thing that's the harshest to you, to try and hope it'd be better.
Ooh, maybe. What do you think, Viridian? Taste or worship?
He's gonna look at it for a second and go, I was figuring that there ain't too much worship going on around here. But, strikes me that, guy probably got a taste for it somewhere that weren't particularly around here. Sun's kinda all over the place. You don't really gotta
How insightful.
go worshiping it.
Kit will narrow her eyes at Rosalind's snide comment,
So,
and she'll sigh. What'd you say?
Claire will wince a bit when Russell makes the comment.
Rosalind just sighs. Like, she's like, alright, fine, Jesus. Are we really gonna chew the window dressing? I believe we're here for a reason.
Right? Claire will just bite into a breadstick.
Wow, let us have a little fucking fun for a few minutes. Rosalind will pause. Alright. I suppose we could wait. Not if you're just gonna sit there and pout. I'm not pouting, Kit.
I mean, I think you two are getting at the same thing. You still want to talk about it. You just, I don't know, want to enjoy the moment a bit.
What's there to talk about? Kit, really?
Kid, I really do just, like, throw us in here. There's gotta be something.
Sorry about that, by the way. She looks at you both.
It's fine.
She's kind of being stupid, Kit says to Viridian.
Viridian's just gonna kind of like raise his eyebrows for a second and just kind of nod. Like, yes, she is.
Look, Irene's real bent out of shape about a few things, and I mean, we're getting a free meal from it, so don't worry too much about it.
I mean, Claire will look at Kid a bit more seriously. I don't want to just sit down here and continue to ignore it and just walk out.
It just kind of smiles, but one of her eyebrows twitches a bit as she looks at the sign and goes, It's not that big a deal. I mean, Kit, are you really trying to weasel out of it after we've all been summoned here?
It's only gotten worse, you know. The past few months since you got us began, having this go on.
It hasn't been months, has it?
I mean, it happened when
Really?
It happened when you guys went on that mission, right? Like, I mean...
No, it was a bit after that, Kit. It wasn't just a bit after that. Look. Rosalind sighs and kind of scans over the table. She sees Kit, looks away, sees Claire, kind of winces and looks away and ends up looking at Viridian. She looks troubled.
Oh, that's weird.
It's been something that's bothered plenty of us, Kit. I'm sure you can't deny that even Irene and Oliver are still on edge since it. And I'm sure you two can empathize, considering the initial thing that set us all off happened to coincide. Though ours and yours was different. That Lucis thing.
Mm.
The White Grim.
Yeah. We got off a
It
bit...
kind of sighs and shrivels a bit.
We got off a bit luckier with ours. Man, should get out of it without anyone too beat up.
She'll look at both Viridian and Claire for a second and goes, I'm relieved that happened that way for you all. I still wouldn't underplay that you handled yourselves probably better than we ended up doing, all things considered. Kit kind of sinks into the seat a bit more. Unlike you, ours wasn't happenstance. We forced ourselves into that hunt. Overconfidence on our part, I'd say, probably.
Right. So, can you just tell me again what exactly happened to you on that hunt? I remember you talking to me about it, but refresh the memory.
She kind of purses her lips for a second and goes, Well, I've given my account before. Kit, would you like to share it? Huh? Do we have to? I don't know. Have you even told anyone about it? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know what it could possibly mean. But fine. We linked up after, imploring Headmistress Gale to allow us to join the assembling hunt towards the White Grim at the time. It wasn't going to be held by us, obviously. Other huntsmen were assembling. Mr. Quicksilver was the one who was accruing a posse to go deal with it. Some of his own men, I believe, from Lodestar. And a few accompanying huntsmen, but obviously he was the one in charge of the operation. We had been, I would say, if you'd agree fairly, Kit, quite intrigued by the Goliath, especially considering it evaded us so frequently during our during our investigation, especially thanks to the very odd reception we had at Witch's Post. Yeah, reception. More like assault? No, yes, they weren't friendly at all. So, we convinced Irene to help convince the headmistress to follow along in the hunt. And it was much more difficult than we had assumed.
Who on the team wanted to go on the hunt the most? Like, who was kind of gunning for it?
Well, I feel like it was all of us.
Chloe just kind of look at her, being like, okay.
Okay, well, won't, like, object. She's just kind of nervously, like, playing a bit with her hands after, like, chewing on a bits of, like, the fucking, like, flatbreads and stuff they brought out. And she's kind of stopped doing that, put her piece down, and just kind of awkwardly playing with her hands. Running, like, a thumb over the nice little, a bracelet Viridian crafted for her on the spot. Trying to fade away from this conversation. What's Viridian doing? Just listening?
Viridian's sitting there listening, thinking about if he needs to speak up for Kit and be like, let's just calm down a second. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that needs to happen right now. Is glad the focus is not his and Rosalind's issue.
Yeah. Rosalind, well, kind of clear her throat, seeing that Kit didn't disagree with her, and go, anyway, right. So we were under direct order of Mr. Quicksilver, and we followed along the hunt well enough. It took a few days of tracking, which is ridiculous when you think about the size of that. And she just kind of was like absentmindedly looking up and glares hatefully at the fucking elephant on the wall, like, oh god, of all fucking places we had to go to. Considering the size of the Goliath, it was incredible that it managed to hide its tracks, but as we learned, it had a certain level of intelligence or behavior, I guess is more appropriate for Grimm to say, that your Lucis seemed to exhibit also.
Yeah, it was like ours. It was definitely acting with some kind of motive. I mean, ours was even able to talk. I mean, yours could too, right? From what you said?
It wasn't... Rosalind pauses as she taps her arm, like she crosses her arm and taps one of her index fingers. She's closing her eyes, remembering, kind of furrowing her brow. It wasn't... Talking is generous, but it was speech, cries, and recognition of pain. It cried a lot. It screamed. It said distorted words like a broken scroll or something. But it was a speech pattern and it was a Grimm that exhibited an excruciatingly noticeable fear? Sorry, you can go ahead.
It's certainly not like any Grimm I think any of us have run into before. It's not,
I've heard... Oh, you're still talking about that.
It's not something, well, I expect to see often.
No. Not just because of the odd pigmentation, obviously. It was definitely different. It's had no signs of dust mutations, but still carried out some abilities that would be requiring dust. Wind, primarily. It used the sand to its advantage often. And its tears had an odd effect. Seeping. Pain. It was odd. Nothing about it was good, but it was more uncomfortable to feel like we were hunting down a living being, just crying out in pain like that, as it stomped around trying to kill everyone nearby. It's ridiculous, but it's not unheard of. And that parallel about elephants being afraid of mice, I suppose we were the mice in this equation. That's how it felt fighting it, at least.
Ours is real good at using electricity, but, I mean, it was still... Like I told you before, Rosalind, it was trying to protect a girl from the village there when we found it. And so it's, well... The way it acted was real strange.
She'll kind of lean forward in her seat as she's listening to that. That's really creepy. Right. I'd nearly forgotten, I guess. About what the people said? Yes. Kid kind of looks down. We did find some tribals from Witch's Post that had wandered far. They weren't friendly, especially once we informed them what we were doing. Mr. Quicksilver was close to having to fire upon them with the way they were threatening him when he tried to interrogate them. But they called that thing the White Savior. Apparently, the tribals there and the rest of the Witch's Post citizens, she says, like, sarcastically, said the thing had been killing Grimm for them.
That's the same thing with the one we found. It was killing Grimm in the forest near the town.
Rosalind nods. Right, like some sort of apex predator. Ruining the ecosystem. Can't say I hate the sound of Grimm killing Grimm, but knowing how dangerous the thing was, there wasn't any way we were going to let it live in the first place. I mean, what kind of huntsman would we be if we did?
Certainly can't let a Grimm that strong just go about doing whatever it wants.
No, of course not. So eventually we managed to corner it down in one of the valleys. Only one way, and Curtis managed to have some of his posse round the other side. And we engaged with it. It took an hour or so. It was a back and forth. It's not exactly easy to stick in a melee with a Goliath, after all. Our efforts didn't seem too impactful. I mean, your glyphs really helped contain it. Rosalind kind of blink and shake her head and go, no, it was just the most convenient method for us at the time. Curtis must have had more explosives and dust lined up just in case. All I did was save them some money. But in reality, well, the closer we got to getting rid of it, the more our unprofessionalism showed. It was getting tiresome fighting that thing. It was getting to all of us, I believe, and put us all on edge.
Claire will look to Viridian for a moment, then look to Rosalind.
It's kind of looking down, like embarrassed, and kind of like a kid who realized they knocked over a vase and feels bad about it.
The more we fought Delta, the one we found, partway through the fight, it got real. I mean, it was already hectic, but felt like things changed, and, I mean, I mean, at least for me, it wasn't since we found that guy when we went to go find Miss Tiz, that we are in such a dangerous situation.
Rosalind looks over at May and kind of looks like, not like super torn up, but like she's like pretty sad and kind of sighs. A little like that look of like, ah, fuck, right, and just goes, right. Well, I suppose we might not have as horrible as a track record for danger as you do, but I'd say this would probably be our benchmark like that from now on. But like I was saying, I'm lucky to hear that your engagement with yours was relatively quick. You were more decisive with it. Ours took a lot of time. Some of his posse went down at one point and he had to pull back. It took longer, and well, when you spend hours in there with that thing screaming, it starts to wear on you. And the closer it got to falling, the more we were willing to try and throw ourselves at it to try and push it for the last burst. Right, Kit? And Kit kind of coughs a little bit and looks up kind of nervously. Look, I never said it was a good idea. I'm sorry. I'm not... She, like, holds a hand up to stop her from saying something. Well, I'm not done recounting the story, but I think it's fair now to at least apologize for how I conducted myself. I didn't mean to snap at you. I know it seems a bit silly to say now. It's been months. But, Rosalind pauses as she's looking a bit, like, anxious as she's thinking of something, like biting one of her nails, thinking it over, and Kit will kind of, carefully but hopefully go, it's never too late to apologize. Right, well, to somewhat I still agree with what I said, but not, she quickly hurries up, but not how I said it. At the time, it was very frightening to see your life nearly end. I'm glad neither of ours did, obviously. Right. But Kid and Oliver were attempting to put it a bit closer to having its foot in the grave, and, well, Kid overextended. Luckily, I was able to stop it from permanently injuring either of us, but if either of us had been a little more unfortunate, if Irene and Oliver and the rest of and Quicksilver weren't there to help relieve us decisively and act correctly, it could have gone much worse. And I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. It's my mistake for expending so much aura earlier into the fight. We all made mistakes, and I continued to make so, even afterwards. So, I apologize for snapping like that, and taking long to do the apology part. Right. Thanks. I probably didn't need to blow up at you. No, it's fine. I made the first shot. It's only fair to continue. Let's be honest. On account of, well, everything, I think it's the most fair to say I've... She folds her arms and leads back in the booth and kind of spreads out a hand, like talking mostly to everyone also about this. I've been the one to hide my proper feelings on things the most drastically, so It's not my place to exactly be that offended by something like that. The only part I felt bad about is that perhaps we hadn't had this discussion in a more constructive way before. I don't think there's a constructive way for me to call you a bitch, Roslyn. There is, objectively. It just went poorly. I had a hand in that, and I apologize.
Claire's gonna just like sip some water. What exactly did you say?
Roslyn looks a bit embarrassed. And Kit sits there. And Roslyn turns right back and goes, do I have to start again? We said a lot of things, but the point of what I was saying, because I don't feel it appropriate to speak again like that, it'd be improper, and I feel bad about it.
Kit, should she paraphrase?
It's fine. What are you... I mean... I'd rather get over it. I would like that too. I don't wish to avoid my, improper behavior. But like I said, I apologize for how I conducted myself, but I think what I was getting at I still don't disagree with it. Kid will kind of like wince a bit as she leans back in her chair, or in the booth. And Rosalind will quickly like massage her, like tap her forehead. No, Kid, I mean, when I say I didn't get to it correctly, I mean very incorrectly. I used it as a barb rather than a concern I wish to ask. It was brought to my attention by our friend and team leader that I may have, she's saying this kind of side-eyeing Clara, a bad reaction to realizing, what did she say? I'm bad under fire. It still hadn't stopped bothering me that you almost died, and I lashed out in an inappropriate way because of it. Ironically towards you. I won't deny that I'm not perfect at this. Okay. You willing to accept that? That easily? It didn't. Kind of snickers for a second, goes, it didn't look easy. It looks like you're in pain. As Roslyn kind of covers a bit of her face with her hand. It's all my fault, is what I'm saying, and that's... Conducting oneself inappropriately is the most hilariously embarrassing thing to do, and you're willing to let it slide by me just apologizing? I mean, that's the important part, isn't it? Roslyn looks at a loss for words.
I mean, Roz, it's not that hard for people to forgive each other. It seems genuine.
Well, you can't take back the words you say, especially if you say something horrible. And I feel, in retrospect, that I said many things only from a place of anger that isn't directed at the person, the recipient. And is it not wrong to be offended by that? Well, I still was pretty offended, Rosalind, but it's been a while, and I mean, it's not like you can't make up for things.
I mean, you're not angry now.
Man, you're both acting too forgiving about this sort of thing. If someone did this to either of you, I'd be quite incensed at them.
I mean,
maybe you're just the problem. I think my position is quite fair.
I mean,
wouldn't you understand it? Her eyes start to Kit, and then to Clara, then to Viridian. She winces. Viridian.
Oh boy. Viridian's going to cross his arms and just kind of go, yeah, reckon I understand the point you're trying to make.
See, he gets it. Rosalind coughs quickly.
I'm thinking that if I'm understanding it, and if I'm feeling that it might not be such a good thing for you to be holding those ideas.
And why me specifically?
And he's just going to kind of shrug and go, seems like you don't want to try to be that way.
What's that supposed to mean?
He's going to sigh and go,
Rosalind, maybe it's not supposed to mean anything offensive.
nah, it's supposed to mean something. It's supposed to mean that, I know how stubborn I can be and how stubborn people are. Get to talking to me the wrong way and I can, really stonewall you. And it can take a lot to come around and break through that. Meaning that, I give people the benefit of the doubt and say that if they's going to change their story, it's going to take a lot. Now, either it's taking you a lot or it's taking you a little. Either you like me or you're not. If you like me, then there ain't no reason for you to be upset about them taking it so lightly. You get off scot-free. If you're not like me, then there's no reason for you to be upset either, because it's still the right thing they's doing.
Rosalind, mouths a few words for a second as she looks to Kit and May, and Kit will just pat his arm as she leans on him. I think you put it quite eloquently.
Did he? I didn't really follow.
Alright, well, I'll say it real simple so you's understanding me. I know I can talk around your ear. Got that habit. No matter what, sounds like y'all's figuring out that, well, y'all was in the wrong for whatever happened. And you don't just gotta be the only one who is in the wrong. Everyone feels pretty bad when things like this go down and friends ain't talking to each other. Maybe everyone would feel a bit better off if they can just sweep this under the rug now that it's all out in the open.
Ah. No, I understood that, actually. I feel it would be dismissive of me to insist that others sweep under the rug something I did to offend them, especially with how improper I was acting. But I suppose I'm just surprised and feel like I'm taking advantage of people who are too kind to do so.
Well, all's fair is fair. You don't got a choice however people want to handle it.
She kind of winces and goes, I suppose I don't. I've got an earful about that as well. I assume I have too much of a control over others when I'm under pressure. My apologies for offending your willingness to forgive and forget things, Kit. She kind of looks at Clara for a second, also.
Alright. Viridian's gonna look at Kit and just kind of if she was, still fidgeting with her hand or anything, or it was on the table, he'll put his hand over hers, the one that has the little armlet on it, and go,
Big bear hand.
well, Mr. Prada, I'm on y'all's side no matter what, so y'all sure y'all thought about how you was wanting handling this?
Oh, yeah.
Seems like you made it up.
Oh, yeah. This is good for me, please. Just being done with this would be nice. Thank you. Smile at him.
Well, y'all heard it. You might not like it, but I'm damn sure that Mr. Prada here ain't gonna lie to me, so that is the truth straight out of her mouth. Y'all's gotta be letting it go now.
I suppose I have been outplayed in this position, and we'll have to accept that then, yes. Rosalind concedes with a small little sigh and a bit of a smile, like she's trying to hide it.
I think it's good that everyone can, you know, get over what happened and, you know, move on.
Definitely. Yes, I would, but what I was meaning to say, Kit, Kit will, like, Viridian's, like, she's, like, leaned on Viridian with their arms over, she'll feel her flinch, like, oh, fuck, I didn't shake her off, I will once again never defend how I said it, but I still meant it when I meant to convey at the time that even before the hunt and after everything, it feels like you've been in two different places. Kit doesn't really respond.
Claire's just like looking back and forth, being like, okay, don't really know what this is about. Just sitting here.
Lawson will look over at everyone else. Am I alone in this?
I haven't noticed much, but I don't think I'd be in a position as much as you guys would be.
Well, I don't think you'd be foreign to how Kit acts, and she winces a bit. I imagine you would be privy to some things that we aren't, Viridian.
Viridian is going to kind of like close his eyes and just kind of look. Well, not look, but face tilt down at the table and go, look, we all got our own shit going on. You're gonna ask about it. At least you're doing it respectfully. Miss Kit wants to tell you if there's anything. He'll shrug and go, well, that's up to her. She want not to, that's also up to her. But as far as I know things, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say in two places at once, but I mean, there's a lot to Miss Kit. Some of it ain't on the surface. Like I said, we got our own shit going on.
Yeah, exactly. It's nothing to be worried about.
Yeah, I don't know if something was bothering her at the time, or if you'd noticed something bothering her now.
Surely you'd notice something, right?
And he'll be like, yeah, I would.
Rosalind's looking over at Viridian, like, waiting for more.
So is there anything?
It's nothing.
He'll give a sidelong glance to Kit and be like, he meant it when he said, I'm on your side, whatever. And he'll be like,
Squirms a bit.
yeah, I think she's just been a bit nervous about the dance and the festival coming up. I'd call that nothing.
I don't... No, I'm not being thrown off the trail so easily. Kit, it's been very... Look, Oliver and Irene know also. We're not blind to this. Something's been bothering you for a while, and if you're in trouble or something, we can help with that. Oh, why do you assume I'm in trouble? Because I figured you'd tell us if it was anything else. I'm sorry. Like, Rosalind, like, throws her arms up, like, whoa, I'm sorry.
Kid, she's just concerned is all.
Here's your pizza. Take those
Yes.
plates.
Do I know you?
Oh. What? Yeah. You do.
Oh,
Here's your pizza.
must be from around town.
No, it's not. Who are the pasta? Yeah, there you go. Alright, you have a nice time. Remember, it could be anyone under that suit.
What?
Wait, is he wearing a suit now? What, like a costume?
No, just like a dress suit.
Oh, I thought you meant like he was wearing like a big elephant head or some shit. Like an actual
No, he's
suit.
He's not wearing the Poppy costume.
I thought he was the mascot.
Like a mascot? Why is this a fancy restaurant?
No, this is a fancy restaurant.
I mean, you really pulled out all the stops for us.
Kit and Rosalind. I can't believe you guys said Chuck E. Cheese. Now, over in the corner, they're having the Chuck E. Cheese pizza party.
The guy comes over while in the middle of like Rosalind's apologizing. I hear it's
Really
a birthday. Oh, wrong table.
Fascinating local aside, Kit. Rosalind slaps the table. I think whatever muttering that drug addict just said might actually have some insight, is to what I'm saying. It feels like recently, for a while now, I feel this was even before the mission, for brother's sake. It feels like you've just been in a kit suit.
Wait, now, Rosalind,
What?
I think something has been kind of off.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
feels like you've been forcing it.
Well, Kit, I was talking to you about the whole thing with you and Rosalind before, and you were just telling me it was okay. You know, you were working it out.
We worked it out here.
But, like, that was...
Kit, come on. You didn't... Surely you must have been mad at the time. You must have wanted to... If not a resolution, to say something about me. I don't know. Kit just kind of looks anxiously at the floor a bit. It's nothing.
Look, if she wanted to say something nasty about y'all, I'm sure I would have heard it. And I didn't go hearing nothing about this till recently.
Rosalind looks shocked. Kate, I would have thought if anyone should be able to talk poorly of me to you. Not that I assumed you would, but I mean, we were... Is it fair to assume you were mad? Yes, I was mad at you. It wasn't about that. So it is about something. Oh, Rosalind, please, can we just... Do we have to talk about this? There's nothing. It's nothing, okay? You're seeing things where they aren't.
Are you sure? Because it doesn't sound like
I'm
nothing.
sure. Kit kind of slumps forward and puts her shoulders on, her shoulders, fuck me, her elbows on the table and kind of massages her face a bit. It's nothing.
Probably like looks at Radiant and being like gives him eyes saying like do something. What the fuck?
Rosalind's just kind of looking concerned at her partner and is paused, thinking.
Look, you think you got a reason to be concerned. That's fine. Nice, that's real nice, honestly. If you really think there is, then I mean, I ain't gonna tell you to stop, but I'm sitting over here, and Miss Kit's saying it's nothing.
I know. You don't need to be her keeper.
Claire's gonna look at Kit like with like a concerned look. I mean, Kit, I'm no stranger to hiding.
Kit just kind of cut off Claire. She looks up at Rosalind and goes, Rosalind, don't be such an asshole to him. I'm sorry, I just find it weird the way he's talking about you.
I'm sorry. What's weird about it?
I mean, if something's wrong, how can you be so alright with letting it go?
Because
you act like you have a right to defend her.
Because not talking about it ain't the same thing as letting it go.
I see. If that's how you view this.
Look, y'all want to pick every battle you have at once, fight them all in the same day, that's fine. Y'all concerned about Kit? I can see that.
I wouldn't bring this in on the same day if we had been able to talk about this at all. That's still my fault, yes, I know. This problem hasn't gone away, and if it hasn't been even touched on since, I only imagine it's stewed and gotten worse, Kit.
I mean, I think it's better to try, bring things up than just leave him, lying.
I mean, brother's sake, can you at least tell me whatever it is so private that you wish to only keep it between you and your... Viridian? if it's that private to you, can you at least give me the relief of knowing you're saying it to someone? We've talked about it.
Have you?
Yeah. Okay. God.
Claire-
Kid kind of gets a bit huffy and crosses her arms and looks down.
Claire looks to Viridian because she genuinely is confused because the conversation so far gives her the impression they have not talked about it.
Give me report checks if you feel like it.
Okay.
If you feel like it. I'm not twisting your arm. Oh, good.
Yeah,
I hope so.
yeah, rapport. I have nothing for just straight up talking to people because I'm not cringe.
I don't think that one works in this specific situation, so okay.
Mm-hmm. Look at these rapport hounds out here.
Like that number.
Well, Kit seems pretty fucking prickly about this. And, this is for Clara. And, like, who knows? It seems pretty sudden, and it feels like she's just kind of saying this suddenly to get you to shut up. But either way, the way she's saying it, continuing to press the subject is making her more uncomfortable than it's worth. And, like, it genuinely is like, okay, now's definitely not the time. Viridian can see it's definitely not the right play. And she's probably not talking about just being a faunus.
And probably not just
But
that.
now's the time to believe her lie and go with it. If you want to be on... If you're wanting to help her out.
I was always going to do that.
Yes, of course, I know.
It's nice to know that she is reaching for that.
Yes. Rosalind stares at her for a bit, kind of scrutinizingly. And looks over at Viridian. Like she's trying to lie detect them, like she's fucking Irene.
Yeah, well, Viridian has... I mean, he might have some tells, but morally he has no problem just lying.
What a great sentence. Our hero, everyone!
And he'll be like... Yeah. Look, I mean... We talked about it. It's the kind of thing that I got asked to keep confidential about, so there ain't no way I was going to say anything until Mr. Prada here is ready.
Alright.
Rosalind will pause there. And she doesn't look convinced, but she'll sigh, lean back, fix her hair back a bit, because she, stood up suddenly to say this, and goes, Alright, I'm just glad it's hopefully something you can talk out and resolve. I'm just sorry there's nothing. I'm sorry if it's presumptuous, but I feel helpless when I'm not able to help my friend, someone I care about, with something like that. So, forgive me if I'm inquisitive. I know that's not always warranted. It's, Kit kind of sighs and rubs her cheeks, getting a bit red from the sudden outburst. It's okay, I get it. You're prickly as Irene sometimes, Roz, but at least you're always on the right track with these things. Don't gotta teach you how to be sociable like her. Oh, no, definitely not. I can't believe this is working out.
She just assaulted us in the locker room after a match and yelled at us, telling us we're coming here.
Rosalind. Kit cringes and Rosalind smiles kind of sardonically. Oh, yes, that's how she handled things with me, basically. Mm-hmm.
Seems like it worked.
Another feather for her cap, I suppose. Not that I'm going to complain with the results this time. No, this is, Wow, I didn't think I'd be having a weird mental emotional outburst in stupid elephant place. It's a l'accidente. Whatever.
It's creepy.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know
think
if they
it's
keep
nice.
staring at me.
It's probably just a security camera. You don't like it? Think how hard it is to hunt these beasts. I mean, I'm sure the huntsmen weren't the hunters weren't exactly filled with aura like us. These things are as dangerous as a lot of Grim around here.
I don't know about mounting its head in here, though. It looks kind of...
No, it's cool.
I would have looked at her from up here.
You've hunted plenty, May, haven't you?
Oh yeah, but... I don't know, I've never felt like mounting the heads of the things I've haunted.
Really? I figured you must have had some before. I
Oh, mostly just
Only-
ate whatever we killed.
Oh, right, I apologize. I suppose you wouldn't want to... I suppose we had the luxury of being able to waste some parts of it. I go hunting sometimes, obviously, with some of the staff and my family, and big game hunting was interesting.
Certainly seems different from hunting back in the village. Just, you know, me and my pa going on like long treks in the snow, trying to find rabbits, you know.
I suppose in retrospect it does feel a bit indulgent to do it just for fun like we did back then. One of the trappings of comfort that I have, I suppose.
Oh man, I found it fun.
Oh. Well, I'm glad it was still fun, even when it was for necessity. Yeah, hunting can be okay. A little boring for me, though. Oh. Well, yes, if you use your semblance kit, it ruins everything. I know, but, I mean, look, I'm not gonna ignore it if I'm hungry for something. Well, that's why you should hunt when you're not hungry.
You know, I can call a seagull like from at least like a couple ticks away.
And that's an incredible skill. And I wish we had the avian friends around here to actually support it.
I mean,
Perhaps there's enough at the coastline around here.
yeah, and I think, you know, if I can do one bird call, it might take some time, and I'd have to hear it some, but I could try and do some others.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of birds out there, May. That's a bit presumptuous.
Well, I mean, I said some others.
Sounds like someone's a bit too prideful about their bird calls.
Well, it's not just birds. I can, you know, lure penguins and rabbits and seals. It's all about just, you know, making them feel comfortable before you put the knife in them.
It's true. Her impressions are incredible. Okay. Kid blinks that Rosalind just skimmed over the fucking rooflessness. That's what hunting is, I guess. Vrian, you've got pretty good bird calls, right?
Oh, yeah, a couple.
Do one. It'll be funny.
Oh, alright. I can't fucking do it.
No, it's fine. We can leave the scene with Viridian doing bird calls. Alright. After the dinner, unless there's anything else you guys want to talk about with the four of them here. No. Anything you want to do? You guys good?
No, I'm fine.
With the four here? Nah.
Yeah. I presume you both may wish to talk to your relationship partners.
Oh, absolutely.
By themselves once you're out. Yes, of course. Who would like to go first?
You can go first, Richard.
Lovely.
Alright.
Let me give you a second. What you guys wrote. Oh no, my copy of the pizza's over too. 1 second.
Yeah, I brought one. We'll love it.
Yeah, that's my pizza. What's wrong?
Yeah, I ordered one to go.
Don't act like a piece of shit about this, man. Come on, fuck you. Okay. Alright. His Viridian and Kit after they all both, wave off the other two. Because they're actually going in different places. Rosalind and Claire are probably going back to her manor, so it's not just, haha, let's walk to home differently.
What fucking crazy people.
Yeah.
Yo, is that trash can just knocked over?
Hell yeah.
What kind of animals would do that?
Oh, yeah. Alright.
Raccoons?
Yeah. You alluded it already. So, Riddy and Kit are walking their way back to the school.
Yeah, walking right back.
Kit's like, hanging on his arm a bit as they're walking.
Yeah.
That was surprisingly more civil than I imagined.
Yeah. Sure were.
Thank you, by the way.
Ah, thanks for what?
I'm proud of both you and Rosalind for not literally getting into a fist fight.
Yeah.
A lot of restraint. Very good.
Sure were a lot. Uh-huh. I mean, I was just itching and raring to go start something right there for no reason.
Come on, you can't be this sarcastic about it when she already tried to start one the other day.
Yeah, alright. I don't like some things about her, she don't like some things about me, but I mean, turns out that weren't the reason all of us were there.
No, definitely not. I just think she was really, really worried about the prison thing after all. And that was probably just something that got to her a bit too much. To be fair, sounded a little dodgy, and who knows how May explained it.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I personally would not have told her, but I don't really got a problem with May telling her.
Yeah. Walking a bit.
But yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing about it, but at least she got her head on her shoulders and tried to set things right with y'all.
I just feel kind of stupid it took so long in retrospect. I mean, I know she was probably still mad, but I guess I was too angry to actually want to confront her or something. I don't know. It just
I mean, I don't know. Seems like that might be kind of fair. I mean, you know her a bit. You know how she'd act, right?
I know her more than a bit, and I feel like I don't know. Friends fight. I really just wanted to have my best friend back after a while, but I was too worried to try again, I think. It's really scary to feel like you can't work the same way as someone you care about, someone you love. Makes you feel like, well, either you have to say you're doing something wrong, or they're wrong. No one wants to say that about someone they love. And no one wants to feel like a bit of them's been cut off because of it.
Yeah, that'd do it a bit.
And when you face it, if you try and take it head on and things go bad, you have to have that scary revelation that the person you knew might be gone and replaced with someone new. And I don't know. I was too scared to. I'm getting a little watery. I was just too scared that I wouldn't find her again. I already had one little hiccup with her, and stuff like that. I don't have good luck with it, I guess.
Yeah, well, look, stuff like that, it all just comes down to how much trust you got at the end of the day. And, well, sometimes people, they got just a little less trust for people. Brittany will shrug his shoulders as they're walking along and be like, which means they gotta build it up over time, and when something rocks it, it ain't so easy to put something that, you know, back together again. But he'll just kind of shrug again and go, I don't really know what I'm saying about this, but, well, seems like the two of y'all are building it up new after what happened. And sometimes that's the only way to go about it. I mean, just because it's new don't mean it's not the same.
Kid's looking up for him with her big old fox-sized, wide-eyed, a little bit of tear dripping, but she's just thinking. And she'll kind of quickly bury her face in his arm and do the face wipe thing back and forth vigorously, but then look up at him again with a little smile. I guess you're right. It worked out this time, right? So, this works. Not a lot that's got to be too new. It's just, well, new that Rosalind's willing to apologize so honestly. And because, man, she's normally really proud of how she speaks, and doing this is like, it's like I caught her, like, I don't know, punching an old lady or something. She must feel awful.
Really now? Well.
Well, yeah, that kind of thing's what matters a lot to her. How you act, what you say, probably comes from growing up all royalty and all that. And I mean, it makes her a real smooth talker a lot of the time, but I just wish it wouldn't give her such a double-edged sword. I mean, could you imagine worrying about exactly what you're saying all the time? It's what makes her so stressed out, I bet.
Don't think I've ever worried about that.
See, I mean, exactly.
What you're gonna say just gonna come out real natural, like I feel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, never worried about how to say something, just what to say. And he'll shrug and go, I can usually come up with that, fair enough.
That's how people should live.
Yeah, I mean, no point fretting over something like that. There's real issues in the world. Like,
True.
What the heck that guy put in that sauce that made it taste so good?
Yeah, of course.
Brittany will just kind of stop for a second, and well, with Kit will stop too because they're together. And we'll go and take a breath and go. Now, I ain't gonna pry, but I mean, if and she's worried, it's gonna come up again. That thing she were asking about. Now, like I said, I's just gonna be on your side however you want to handle that, Miss Kit. But, I mean, I ain't gonna let no one pry nowhere and make y'all uncomfortable if I can help it. But, I ain't no, I like to think I ain't no fool. So, the way they was talking and stuff, I got myself some idea. I don't really want to bring it up. So, just gonna say that I was thinking it has something to do with when y'all were back home and stuff, and leave it at that if you don't want to touch on it.
Yep, basically. It's a part of my dad's life, so it's not gonna come up anymore. I just got spooked over something. got in my own head about it. Didn't realize it came through so much for people to notice. But it's fine. Don't worry. It's kind of like when you think about something you did a long time ago and really just shake your head and wonder how you did that and thought it was a good idea. That sort of thing, like a weird past thought.
Right, yeah. I understand that. And like I said, I was just gonna be on your side however you want to do stuff, and I ain't no prior.
Thanks, Viridian. I'm glad I can always rely on you.
He'll nod and go, "Yep, that's the plan." And when they start again, they'll be walking for a bit. And he won't stop this time, but he'll be like, I was figuring maybe I should tell you some things about myself.
Oh, yeah? She'll look back up. Go for it.
Yeah, well, alright. So, start with, my pa. He's a huntsman. I hear he's a real good one. Not sure how famous he is, although I hear that he gets around a lot when it comes to Vale. And, like I said, real good one. So, he'll nod and be like, so because of that, like, when I were a kid and y'all, there was a lot of time he weren't around because he was out on the hunt. I figure, thinking about what he was up to out there, pretty big reason why I want to be a huntsman myself, maybe.
You think?
Yeah,
One thing I know about boys is they always look up to their dads.
Yeah. Brittany will just kind of cough for a second and then go, yeah, and so, my ma, she's a real swell lady. Pretty small. Reminds me about Gwen in a number of ways, actually. Real small. Now, small? Really? Now, she's better about this because she has her reasons, but really, always talking like she knows what's best. And the way I figure it, she actually do know what's best.
Oh wow, that does sound like one.
Yeah. Yeah. So she used to be a nun and all that. Yeah. She used to be a nun and all that. Still keeping up with that when she had me.
Is that even allowed?
Not sure. Don't ask.
Ooh. Scandalous.
Yeah. Well, he'll be like, stop for a second, just in his train of thought, not on the road, and be like, and, supposing I kinda did something real, rotten to her. Well, a while ago, when my daddy were off, kinda ran away from home.
Right. Yeah, if I'm picturing a more mature but basically the same Gwen, that would be the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, well, for how I is now, didn't have as much wisdom as I do now back then. But yeah. Yeah. And it has been so long now I don't even know how to handle that.
Well, yeah, that's really bad. I don't know if there's a good way to handle that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there is, so, I was just gonna let that one fall on me when it do.
Probably the best idea, honestly. Don't think you can really get out of that anyway, so, I'll enjoy it before it comes crumbling down.
I'm sorry, what did she say?
Enjoy it all before it comes crumbling down. Unless you want to try and dye your hair a different color, shave a bit off your legs, and walk around like a different person.
No, I ain't doing nothing to the color of my hair, Miss Kit. That is one of my finest features.
I'd agree, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just wanted to get that off my chest. Wouldn't want you thinking I'm some paragon of virtue who never made a mistake in his life.
Well, gee whiz, I was really thinking that before.
Well, I know. This shining example that I've been setting ever since coming here, how could you think otherwise?
Well, thank you for coming down to Earth to grace us with your presence. And to show a little spot on the perfection that is Viridian. Make sure we don't all get misconceptions.
Ah, well. I wouldn't want y'all to get the wrong idea, at least.
Well, I'll make sure to be safe with this knowledge you've imparted on me.
Oh, thank you very kindly, Kit. Alright, so y'all don't want me to be calling you Miss Kit, but when I'm addressing you to others, I can keep calling you Miss Prada, right?
Hi, if you want to. I'm just saying, it's a bit stuffy. It's a lot different, I guess, in Vale. When you know people and you ain't too familiar with them, you act a bit more, use last names in Mistral, but, take it from me, it's better to just be honest with people you know and just be comfortable with using their first names. Like, what if someone didn't have a last name?
Ah, that'd be strange. Like, how do we go and know what they're, You'll pause and go, well, I mean, I guess you don't need one.
No, I still sigh and look out wistfully a bit to her. Yes, you don't. So, just kidding.
Well, alright. As long as y'all promise not to go thumbing my nose.
Never.
Ah, thank the goddess.
Alright. Guys can happily wander the streets of Shade, lit up with the bright lights of the evening. Unless you got something else to say, and in which case I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that one's good.
Alright.
I just realized that, like, man, Viridian does always give Kid a gift whenever they have moments like this.
Yeah, what a simp.
He gave her the hairpiece, he gave her the towel, he made her an armlet.
Fucking simp.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow. Yeah, right. Blake, you here, by the way, still?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Let's do Rosalind Clark. As they're wandering after leaving the restaurant. It wouldn't be too long after they leave, just make some distance down the street. Rosalind will have when they were leaving, she would have done the the arm loop offer thing. If you want to do the air linked arm, she'd like offer her like a fucking old gentleman.
Yeah, Claire would have done that. And
Nice.
she
looks relieved and wanders down the street a bit, arms interlocked, before sighing and goes, "Yeah, I'm sure my subtlety, she says sarcastically, wasn't lost on you. But I feel it's still appropriate to apologize that I may have been lashing out inappropriately and caused you more discomfort than was due to you in any sort of situation that's under my influence.
Or do you even want to confront Viridian?
I'm still angry about that whole situation, mind you. She kind of looks a bit cross for a second, but I'm not going to pretend that I have the same understanding of everything. And well, once I spoke with the headmistress a bit more, I got the feeling that it was more her idea than anyone else's, honestly. And I mean, I still was in a clearer state of mind. I don't think I would have brought myself down to that level to get into a confrontation like that, and I had promised I would attempt to be more civil, and I went against that. So, yes, I made a fool of myself in some ways in that situation. I don't feel entirely incorrect in all of my judgments I passed, but it was a fit of passion, and one that I should be able to control better. And I apologize for going against your direct wishes immediately, because it was wrong on many levels, especially because I was only making things worse, really.
Claire's mind drifted for a moment, being like, that explains why she wasn't in her office. She's running away because she realized it's probably not too long before Toto hears about it.
I just made it worse, hell yeah.
Rosalind knows? Well, Toto's bound to find out.
Fuck! It's getting out!
It's been a day. It's been a day.
Fuck!
Wow, sort out immediately.
Yeah. I knew this was coming.
Fucking Jesus.
My long-winding apology. I'm sorry if it... I know you told me to try not to talk too stuffy sometimes, but I don't know how to articulate how I've bungled this. Irene set me a bit straight on that account, and I wanted your opinion on it.
Well, first, apology accepted. Like I said back there.
She sighs a visible sigh of relief.
Like I said back there, you know, I don't think it's, I think it's right to just, you know, let things go if the other person seems, real sorry about it. I don't like holding on to things.
I still hold that you may be too forgiving, but I'm very thankful of it in this case.
And I mean, any problem you have with Viridian, just, I mean, as long as it's civil, I don't think it's, you know, as long as you just don't go hitting him, I think it can be fine.
I'll try not to, but you and Kid have both insisted that I at least do better, and I don't think it's above my capabilities to...
Oh yeah, I think you could do better.
Thank you for your honesty.
Well, no,
she takes it. No, I'll take it in stride. You're right.
No, I think that came out wrong. I mean, like, you...
No, I think it actually came out the way I should hear it. Truthfully, Meg. And I know you wouldn't mean it so insultingly, but perhaps I should have egg on my head on that case. You can allow this of me, would you, please?
Alright.
Thank you. She kind of laughs a bit. I'm sorry. It's...
Chris is saying, you're thinking like, God, she's really wanting to take the blame for something.
Irene told me that I have a noticeable habit she's observed, that as things get more and more as I'm under more and more pressures by a situation, I begin to become... Well, she first put it as self-centered, which I thought was a bit insulting, but I start to assume I have the control of the situation and lash out at others until they do what I want.
I think that's not wrong. I think you have a tendency to get kind of emotional when things like this happen.
Blanch a bit and go,
I mean, after you came back from your mission, you basically threw me down the first thing you did when you saw me.
She blushes a bit, puts her hand up to hide her lower bit of her face or smile. Well, yes, you didn't seem upset at the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the same thing, right? You're just being consumed by a different emotion.
Yes. I can see why she was quite confident you'd have the same assessment. Irene thinks quite highly of you when it comes to sorting people out.
Clarissa's gonna smile and laugh a bit. How does she?
She has a very funny way of expressing these things, but I think this year has really shown a different side of her so far.
She's a real funny person.
She is. I feel bad I misunderstood her at first. I've learned a lot.
You know, I'd never talked to her back when we were in school.
Well, it doesn't sound like she was even... It sounds like she was even harder to talk to back then.
Yeah, it was awesome.
A teenager willing to stand up to her current governmental dictatorship and give them the proverbial middle finger is quite the scene. I don't know if I'd be able to exactly exchange... trauma, studying notes, things like that with her. She seemed like too much of an adult even then, by the sounds of it.
I'm just surprised her and Erza didn't get into a fight at one point. It really seems like they probably would have found some way to get off on the wrong foot.
Well, as I'm sure you remember, Irene had, and is slowly losing, her extreme capabilities of creating a world bubble only regulated to herself and her own needs. I don't think it was done so maliciously anymore, though. That woman is a powerhouse of efficiency and directness.
Oh yeah, she's real funny. Like, I love just sitting down and listening to her complain about things. It's hilarious.
I'm really glad, obviously, that she is friends with you, but even more so that she has someone who's willing to let her vent like that. I think the more she started to realize you were actually listening and helpful to her, the less we had to deal with a agitated Irene who hadn't had her coffee yet.
I mean, it seems like he does...
All of Team OR can thank you.
It seems like he does her some good, so, I mean...
Oh, you don't know the half of it. God, I'm so sorry.
No.
Don't hit me again, man.
I just have to readjust in my seat.
I know.
So, I still think there's something wrong with Kit.
Almost definitely. I'm just attempting not to make the same mistake immediately, considering she was willing to allow this to be in the past, so...
Yeah, pushing it there is probably the wrong thing to do.
I don't know if there's ever going to be a time to push it. I'm just scared that she's so willing to. Well, I don't need to be assumptive, but... No, that's selfish of me to think it's offensive. I'm just worried. I feel uncomfortable that I can only put my faith in Viridian, but I will have to at the moment until she is willing to allow anyone else knowledge of this. So
Yeah,
I'm hoping in this one case, everything I believe about him can be proven wrong.
it definitely
For her
doesn't
sake.
feel nice to know that you can't do anything to help someone close to you. It makes you feel kind of useless.
Oh, believe you, I understand. And that's what Irene says I obsess over.
Not the
That's what put me on edge this whole time, and it was immature of me, and I never handled it well, I guess, because I've never been so bluntly aware of it. No one's ever just said it to me like that, and that helped. I guess I can see where problems would start. I wouldn't say my reactions are completely unfounded, but I know that I'm not composed during them, and
yeah.
I don't wish to ruin things because of that.
I mean, you just gotta make it clear that everyone knows that they're coming from the right place. Because it's not like you say these things out of like a bad feeling. It's
Well, it still doesn't excuse my conduct, but
Oh, not at all. I mean,
Good.
It sounds like you said something pretty mean. What did you say to Kit back then?
I don't even remember it fully. I remembered calling her incompetent and having her head in the clouds or something like that, and then the rest we continued for a while Oliver and Irene sat back in shock and perhaps just confused horror. I was worried, and still, no excuse for it. I was an ass.
Well, at least she knows now that you were just saying that because you were so concerned. I mean,
It still feels like a weak excuse, but I can only make up for it by never becoming that sort of obtrusive person again in the future. So I will strive to not fall for the same bad behavior.
well, that's the best you can do. So, no use fretting over what's happened.
You say that, but well, I'll do my best to believe that. Sorry.
Well, Claire will like grip her a bit more. At least, shoot.
Grip her, throw her in the water,
Supposed to say
throw her off the
something.
tightrope.
God, it's fucking like space, like super hard.
Take your time. It's fine.
No, it's like the worst because I'm about to say something and it literally just escaped me like
I know.
right when I went to go say it.
Rethink the approach. Go back. It's fine.
Okay, I think I got it. Claire will like grip her arm a bit more as they're walking. Well, if I ever think you're overreacting or letting your emotions control you a bit too much, I'll try and reel you in and be more honest with you. Let you know when you're being kind of a bitch.
She'll blink wide-eyed and then let out like a loud laugh, like a really unconstrained one. Like she doesn't have time to stop herself or hold up a hand as she looks up and snickers. I suppose that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, let me know if I'm ever like being real mean or something or like acting like a bitch.
May. I can promise you that, I suppose, in exchange, easily.
Thank you. Want someone to make sure I'm staying good.
Wouldn't want you to go on a rampage, right?
Yeah, I don't want to go hurting no one.
It's true. I've heard Jimmy's still feeling it.
I apologize to Jimmy.
I know, it was just very funny to hear about. So unlike you. I thought it was funny, don't worry.
Okay.
And thank you, May.
No problem. What I'm here
I've said
for.
it a lot of times, but I appreciate everything you do for me.
Claire's going to smile a bit and start snickering. It's fine.
What?
Uh,
What's so funny?
No, I appreciate it, Miss Vega. I feel the same way.
Miss Vega.
I just find it so weird how we keep saying that.
I don't know. It's the first time I've ever felt uncomfortable by someone referring to me like that. I don't know if he thinks it's a dig or if he just can't stop himself. Miss Prada, I mean... For brother's sake, I know he's been inside her. He doesn't have to act like that around her. Ugh.
It's just kind of weird, you know?
It's so strange.
Also, he gave her a gift right when we sat down. I kind of wish we weren't there for that one.
Oh, man, way to make me feel like an asshole.
I mean, you knew it was a group thing, right?
Probably did it because of that to get at me. No, that's giving him too much credit and me too little. You have a very strange team.
Oh, yeah. we can...
That can be where they wander off.
Well, no, because I want to talk to her about the Felix stuff once we get to the actual manor. Mostly because I told her I'd talk to her about that, then I didn't get to. So as soon once we're in private, I can start talking about that.
Yeah, I don't have a manor map, sorry.
That's fine. You haven't had one ever.
Why would I have one? Only one person goes here, Blake. Come on, bro. It'd just be like a 4x... It'd be a small house map.
Yeah, no.
You know what you're doing? Fuck you.
No, it's fine.
Why do you want a manor map? We barely go there.
I don't.
I'm getting mixed messages, bitch.
Listen, we just have different sensibilities on map making.
Alright. Yeah, basically. Show me the bed.
Where is it?
Where is it? That's too small. Make it bigger.
You fucking seen what I get like when I make maps.
Yeah.
Fucking... I made a doctor's map for that scene I forgot to transition to.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, once I get to the manor, Aster can see that they're happy. Yay.
Fucking about time, miss. Jesus Christ. Ugh, Rosalind, are you finally done with this mess? Good. Yeah, it's the kind of reaction, yeah. Aster will make himself sparse. Doesn't want to be a fucking weird hanger-on.
Right, so...
Here, I'll just this is the fucking shade map, I guess.
No, dude, it's fine, Jesus.
No?
What the fuck, man?
You did this to me.
I didn't say anything.
Continue.
You need a minute?
No, continue. You're good.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
No, what the fuck? I didn't say it.
Rosalind.
That was him.
I know.
He doesn't have the power here. He's not insane.
All players are relevant. Look, you can see her manor. It's up here. There it is.
Oh, shit.
Gotta continue.
I'm so immersed.
Right, it'll be like sat down in like the living room area, and Aster would have brought out some tea for you guys before you went to head out to go play poker with some of the boys out on town. Sat on one
as he sits down with the hawk to play poker.
Yeah, the lads. The Hawk, Umaboshi, Lieutenant Chalk, and Gale. The usual poker group.
Umaboshi,
Go fish! Oh, fuck, we're playing poker? Oh, fuck!
Alright, okay. So I didn't get to finish when I was talking about the prison before.
Oh. Good. Brothers, help me, there's more? Well, sorry.
Yeah, remember the dangerous part I told you about that I couldn't tell you when we were outside?
Right. I was hoping it was an exaggeration, truthfully, at the time, but continue.
Right. So, most of this has been talked about and kind of figured out. So a while back, we learned that Felix was a slave in Mistral when he was a kid.
A slave?
He had a brand on him, and
Furrows her brows and looks fucking horrified.
he started having really bad dreams about it suddenly.
What in all that is good are the Mistrali doing? I was under the impression that... Oh, goodness, this isn't exactly a legal thing, is it?
No, definitely not.
Well, I can't say that brings me much comfort, but... Oh, that explains so much of his behavior. Not in a comforting way, unfortunately.
And apparently he was saved by his master, the Sword Saint. Or not the Sword Saint, sorry. What's it called again?
Old Prince.
Old Prince. That's his sword.
Yeah,
Sword
Saint's legacy is Felix's
I keep
sword.
thinking of his sword. He was saved by his master, the Old Prince, after, from being a slave. And then taught by him, like, I think you already know. So he started having really bad dreams about it, like, he woke up and gave Gwen a real fright, and that's when, me and her learned about it. Well, we've been going on talking about that for a little while now. Seeing how, well, he was thinking about it, how he was handling it, it was getting kind of boring for a while. He was saying some stuff about how he thought being close to people was causing problems for him. But apparently Lucy talked some sense into him, so he's not thinking like that no more.
Never would have pegged her for so much competency. And that growth spurt really did a number for her.
She's certainly something. I mean, I'm real impressed. Really,
Oh, definitely.
I think good for everyone around here. To see her, go shining so much.
I suppose I must give the headmistress some credit for picking hand-picked students. Felix and Lucy both are exceptionally gifted people. I don't know, is this how... Well, I guess that might explain more about... Headmistress did look rather uncomfortable when I accosted her about this whole prison expedition. Is that what this was about?
Yeah, so...
Gathering information from the sailor on his enslavement by whatever...
Right, so
it can't be a small-scale operation in Mistral to be able to man slaves.
We tried to look into the brand on his back, but we couldn't find anything real useful, and Gwen was getting real frustrated with it. So Viridian asked Gale we could find someone that could tell us about it, and then that's how we ended up going there.
Yes, I remember. You told me the rest of this.
Right. So we did find out where his mark is from. And that's where the dangerous part comes in. So...
crosses her legs and looks over.
Sinbad told us that Felix's mark is apparently a slave mark given to certain people that are being held by... they're called the 8 Monsters in Mistral.
She furrows her brow a bit. So it's a larger scale organization? Any idea how large?
Yeah. At least the way Sinbad talked about it is, there's a chance they could be bigger than the government, maybe controlling things.
That seems a bit fantastical. I wouldn't go that far, but if there's a large-scale organization it may at least have enough economical sway to become a problem for the government. Mistral isn't exactly a bastion of reliability and honor as they'd like to portray themselves as, but they're not outright incompetent. It's the largest kingdom in the world, after all.
Because their eyes have been like look a bit more look kind of serious. It did give some worryingly worrying examples of how powerful they might be.
Well, the sailors are notoriously self-centered individuals, so I would imagine any threat to him is perceived as a large one. I'm not downplaying the severity of this, though. Organized crime, especially the ones I've heard about that go on in Mistral, are a force to be reckoned with. I know there's something similar up in Vale as well. Many of their noble families have secret orders and things like that they use to attempt to sway the government, illicit things, enforcing things and strong-arming others into political favors, things like that. Though, for Mistral, it might be a bit more simplistic than that. Maybe no direct effect on the government itself, but something closer to their bandits. Free people who wish to carve out their own sort of miniature kingdoms within their own kingdom. That, I imagine, is closer to what we're dealing with when we say something like this in Mistral.
You see,
forces that can become a unified force within a nation.
You see, Roslyn, that's what Gwen thought he was talking about, too, and we tried to, clarify on that, and he was real clear that's not what was going on.
Well, I imagine if they were as simple as bandits, they probably would just be that, bandits. But most of the bandit tribes, not most, all live off officially, colonize the land within Mistral. They don't exactly live in their same cities. They have their own towns and settlements they carve out. A metaphorical underground within the cities, though, of dissidents that control them from within, outside of the government's orders. That's what an organized crime group in Mistral looks like. It works like this. Instead of just robbing businesses and doing as they see fit, they enact a sort of subsect of laws within a place, if that makes sense. Similar to how in more organized nations taxation is ordered, they offer or demand protection money from people. The criminal group doesn't enact the crimes unless the protection money isn't paid, but in turn they also provide the payers protection from not just themselves, but other criminals, organizations, and if perhaps they have the same power that you're supposing, maybe even the normal law enforcement. That's how they operate. And they're scum, but they're organized scum. They're criminals that can walk in broad daylight because of their magnitude of their own operations. That's the sort of thing that plagues parts of Mistral. Now, you can see how an organization like that might be able to gain favor with a large governing body, supposing they become useful for them and have a reason to exist.
Right. How are you so well versed in all this? And I know you know.
I didn't exactly. Sorry, go ahead.
I know you know, the local kind of happenings and maybe some of the things from back home, but about the ones in Vale and Mistral too.
So Sipperty had been goes, I didn't just have a proper education growing up. I continued to vet my own interests here with Aster's assistance afterwards. he's not just a normal butler, after all. Anyone hired under my mother and father's services were quite skilled, not just combatants, but information gatherers, and had practice in law enforcement and things like this in the past. All of them are good at sniffing things like this out, and I asked for the full detail that they were trained in as well. It's not just a hobby of mine to go out in the night like a vigilante. I need to know how the world works, how criminals work like this, to understand why the world ends up in this sort of disarray. Mistral especially. Well, they were old allies of the Mantlian Empire. I'm not sure if they hold any respect for them anymore, and they certainly didn't come to our aid in a time of internal strife. But that doesn't mean I should forgo assuming I should learn about them. It will be important one day to know the ins and outs of a place like that, especially. To be able to get in their good graces, and to be able to understand the foreign political situations. And what is a political situation if not the result of social economic situation of a nation?
Alright.
Well, let me put it this way. The only reason I really began to understand Vacuo as a whole and its strange ecosystem is because I grew up here, now. Learning on the scene what the people on the streets acted like informed me more on how people understand how the world works here. So I realized going topwards down would only confuse me. You have to work from the people to learn something about the nation, to learn something about the kingdom. So that's where I started with all of them. They're the people we're supposed to protect, after all. A responsibility to give them lives that they can enjoy and prosper, to feel safe and live their lives. It would be egregious to ignore the importance of their own.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
I'd like to think so, but, well, not a lot of people think this way.
Maybe you and Aster can, I don't know, give me a couple things to think about like this, where, I mean, I plan on going to places like Vale and Mistral at one point.
Oh, of course, I'd be happy to help with that, and I know Aster is able to talk my ear off even about these sorts of things. He'll definitely be happy to share with you. He loves you, after all.
I mean, more I can know about the people I'll be protecting one day, the better.
Of course. As Huntresses, we're definitely going to want to know about these situations traveling across places.
I'm sure there's way more that I don't know about from back home that I'm sure the both of you can tell me, well, a lot on.
Maybe. I've found myself learning things about it from just speaking to you also, so I'm sure there's plenty of our homes that can become revealed from just speaking to anyone about it. Perspective is a delightfully frightening thing when you realize how many there are, after all.
Well, that's certainly true. That's very important to try and take in as many different ones as you can. And, you know, really see what other people are thinking.
Certainly. We have to better ourselves, after all. Even if I don't agree with it, it's better to understand it, or at least to wrestle an understanding from it. But it's more delightful when I find one I can find interest in.
Claire will, like, sip her tea and kind of, like, nod a bit. Oh, right. He also made it real clear, if I go around, well, if any of us go around talking about this, there's a good chance we'll be killed. So, I'm not gonna go mention this to anyone else.
She frowns a bit. He really thinks there'd be some agents that are informed on this sort of thing all the way here listening in for people investigating it?
I mean,
It could be paranoia, but
either way, I don't think this is the type of thing, at least, I want to go speak it on. Especially, well, I mean, when I was there in the room, Rosalind, I think I'm pretty good at getting a read on people, and it really didn't seem like he was trying to, joke around with me.
well, I definitely won't try and doubt your ability, May. But remember, he is a hardened criminal of many years, decades that we don't have. I'm sure he's able to weasel his way into a lot of things and pull the wool over our eyes easily, more than we'd like to admit. But no, I think you're still right. It would best to be cautious and not spread this around at all, really. And I'll agree with you on that and make sure that I'm, if ever diving into this at all, extremely covert about this. I wouldn't want anything to come back to you, after all, and myself, so I'm not exactly going to be roughing anyone up for this information.
She just kind of nod. Oh, right. Also,
I don't think Cinderbrick would know anything.
probably not. Also, Felix said he didn't want to go toppling any mafia and Mistral anytime soon.
Oh, brother, save me! Thank God, or thank them. I'm glad even he has the perspective to understand that. I wouldn't assume he would necessarily, but you know how Felix can be about these things. She quickly apologizes it while she looks so relieved.
I think he's doing a lot better than he was. I mean, from Lucy talking to him to finding out the stuff we found out there.
I have to say I gave him some credit for becoming more comfortable with socialization and becoming more familiar with it before, but knowing the full context of how far he must have come really makes me happy to see this more so than before even. I can only imagine how troubling that must have been for him. Troubling. That's a light way to put it, I think.
Clearly we'll just sip the tea some more. Yeah, it's definitely a lot, but I'm just happy to see, that he's doing real good now. I plan on being there for him to help him. So,
well, I will offer anything I can as well, obviously. We may not be the closest necessarily, but I've always appreciated Felix's directness in things. Even when it's unfounded and perhaps inappropriate. It's nice to have someone like that.
I think you two would get along real well if you hung out more.
Probably. I won't say that he didn't make me a bit uncomfortable before, but I'm willing to forgive plenty of it. Especially now. I should perhaps do that, in fact.
You shouldn't go apologizing to him or anything. I think that'd just make him feel weird.
Oh, goodness, no, May, of course not. That's something you would do.
I think I already did that like 3 times today.
Oh, May, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I meant to just...
I did that in like 2 hugs. It made him look kind of uncomfortable.
Oh, he must have hated that. Don't worry, I'm sure he loves it on the inside. It's just an unfamiliarity of affection.
Glaze is gonna sip her tea. I think we can end that there, probably.
Yeah. Of course, yes. Alright, bros. Anything people want to get to at school the next morning, or just to the tournament grounds?
Probably just the tournament grounds for me.
Yeah, probably just the tournament grounds.
Richard.
What?
Are you dying already?
Oh, what? What's going on?
I was saying, does anyone have anything they want to get to in the morning, or should we just go to the tournament grounds?
In the mornings at, like, school? No.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, let me spread out the tournament grounds people a little bit.
Obviously, I'm not a sociopath, so I just go with Rosalind from fucking her manor in the morning.
Yes.
I would be like, okay, later. Walk through the streets.
Later, honey. Bye, bitch.
It's okay, Rosalind. I'll tell you if you're ever being a bitch.
Oh my. Thank you, May. I appreciate it. As long as you tell me if I'm being a bitch. Oh my god, May. Yes, I can agree to this deal very easily. Oh, honey. Sorry.
I don't want to go being a bitch.
Yeah. Here, do an edit. It's been a while since we checked in with her funny deer voice, so we'll start with Felix. Good to go now, Blake. Edit.
Yeah. Go whenever.
Okay. Alright, yeah. So Felix can approach his way. These two lovely young ladies chatting very happily and like friends again. Over on the matches. And Rosin will look over at Felix and kind of blink a bit and like she's thinking, goes, Felix, morning. Hey Felix.
Good morning.
How's everything treating you today?
I suppose I cannot complain.
A lovely thing to hear. We're quite far into this, aren't we? Oh yeah, first round's almost done.
Yes.
Shockingly. It felt a bit like a meat grinder for a while there. Not an unpleasant one necessarily, but it's happening day to day. It is starting to get to me, just the faintest. I couldn't imagine doing this longer than the tournament lasts.
I find it quite exhilarating, but
You would
I
get Snickers.
suppose that it could get a little bit tiring.
I guess this might be what huntsman life is kind of like. I mean, sure, not regimented matches against people, but depending on the job, you're probably out for long periods of time just waiting for stuff to happen like this. I suppose, in a way. I think you're just trying to look for an explanation as to why it's back-to-back. Besides scheduling being an issue. I mean, you'd like to think there's kind of a reason, right? We're not, literally gladiators now, right? Lawson shrugs. God.
Oh, I'm sorry, I think I cut out.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear
anything.
anything.
Say there?
Oh, she just... Well, what did you cut out? She was saying, it's weird, it's still kind of weird that we're doing this back-to-back. Is this just for people's entertainment? This kid's
Right.
I don't know, maybe we're just basically gladiators now. And, Rosin just, chuckled and shrugged.
Right. Felix will just kind of look away from them both and then be like, I do not think we are like that.
Oh. Well, I didn't mean to say we're as... In it for the entertainment? I suppose that'd be a way to say it, yes. I didn't mean offense by it, Felix.
Oh, I am not offended. I'm sorry to look so grim in that moment.
Huh. Well, what makes you say that, then?
Forgive me, I grew up in Mistral, but I am not very familiar with the gladiatorial combat.
Well...
I should perhaps speak to Mr. Umaboshi about it more.
Well, May's gone on about it a few times, and it's interesting enough to watch. I'm not that familiar. Yeah, it's kind of a big thing. I mean, the current way apparently is a lot more showy than, the traditional method. But normally the northern sort of region had this sort of tradition going for a while. It kind of stretches a bit. Places like Lusatia and Argus, a bit north in Spartan, that sort of places is where the tradition originated. After a while, though, once we all started to become a bit more homogenized and became the nation of Mistral fully, well, it didn't exactly disappear. It just became a bit changed culturally. And now we have gladiatorial matches because people still like them. And broadcasting them makes it so more people can watch them, I guess. Kind of funny that it turned into like a sport sort of thing, but I guess that's what it always was. Just a combat sport.
Forgive me if I'm misreading this, but it is more for the entertainment, yes?
Those gladiators? Totally, yeah. A lot of people think it's all also orchestrated, right? You know, like it's kind of more like a play, but with like really good choreography. Obviously, though, there's some I mean, I know sometimes they get them to fight animals and sometimes capture Grimm, but you can assume between the combatants, well, it's not out of the question that it's staged to a degree. Well, looking at the cast of gladiators brought under Mr. Namahage's wing, I wouldn't say it is entirely a performance. They're not incompetent, after all. Dreadfully the opposite, in fact. True.
Yes, I do hope we get to fight them soon.
Right. You guys haven't gotten to them at all yet. Jeez. Lucky. I wouldn't call it lucky in Felix's case.
Yes, I'm quite disappointed. Although, perhaps today is the day.
Maybe, if everything lines up correctly. I presume you're most interested in fighting the most audacious of them, Nero. Rosalind kind of spits it out. Ugh.
Yes, I find him to be... well, just... Felix will, think for a second. Disgusting, quite frankly.
Everything about him offends me, and he only intends to drag it deeper and deeper, it seems. Oh, yeah, no comments from me. I hate the guy, too. Seems like an asshole. Depressingly, really an asshole. I mean, I think a lot of them play that shit up, but that just seems to be natural. Who knows where Namahage procures these kinds of people?
Felix will think. Yes, I think he goes all over for it.
Any other line of work, and I think a man like Nero, would be labeled a sociopath. I suppose he got lucky.
Yes. Well, I do so hope that I get to fight him.
That sort of luck can't carry him forever. I'm sure you'll be able to do a number on him, given the opportunity. Here's hoping.
It is unfortunate that he is not just a boaster. He does possess skill. That is not something to be underestimated.
No. I think anyone who does that gets thrashed quite convincingly. They haven't lost one yet. Not all thanks to Nero, obviously, but it's always the most frustrating to see him win. I like the Wolf Kids. They're pretty cool. I suppose... Oh, come on, you're still not milking that loss. No, something about them rubs me the wrong way. Call it a hunch. I'll leave those to Irene. Come on. I'm sure she'd agree with me.
I wonder. They do seem a bit strange.
Definitely.
Although their fourth member is what I am truly interested in.
Yeah, I don't know what her deal is. It's not like she was a gladiator ever before. I've heard she was Namahage's secretary back in the Federation he worked for. Kind of a strange career swing, considering she seems to be practiced enough in combat already. Huh. So she wasn't just like one of those eye candy secretaries. She was like one of those secret, like, bodyguard ones. I think that's getting a bit fanciful, but perhaps not inaccurate? What's your read on her, Felix?
Felix will just kind of shrug his shoulders. I honestly could not tell you. Although she seems to enjoy... Felix like kind of look around trying to spot him.
Mm-hmm.
But he obviously can't from where he is. But
Yeah.
like, she seems to enjoy the company of... I'm sorry, I get the two mixed up. I suppose the taller one.
The very bleak one. It's like
Yes.
Nox, right? Something weird? Noctum is his full name, I believe, yes. Weird. Huh. That's more Northern Mistrali stuff, I think. Lucky guy. He seems a little uncomfortable with it, though. More nervous and embarrassed, I think. I suppose they must have met while she was still in service of Mr. Namahage. Ooh, spicy. That's like favoritism, almost. I'm sure there's tons of articles on that. Cheap websites and, sort of not magazines, it'd just be websites. Blogs and stuff love to comment on these kind of guys' lives and stuff. Just like poor old Izumi. Yes, that girl's not as much of a... She looked comfortable enough performing, but she seems very out of her element when she's not immediately singing for people. Surprising from someone of her celebrity status. Not comfortable with the limelight in the slightest. Not like your best friend Willow. Oh, shut up.
Felix will give a little chuckle to that. That is quite a cruel joke.
Oh, come on! It's not that bad. They're talking now. I'm attempting to talk to her. She's very insufferable still. It's like she hasn't grown up at all. Isn't that a good thing? No. Oh, come on! Not even a little. A nostalgia trip. I suppose I'm glad she didn't get more obnoxious. Rosalind says with like a half-hearted sort of smile. Whatever. Have your fun. You deserve it, I suppose. I haven't seen her in a while, though. I imagine maybe she's actually attending some business with her uncle and father now. Man, the Schnees are pretty serious. Oh, definitely. They've always been one to jump at the opportunity for business sake and their own family's sake. So I assume more of their situation of expanding into Vacuole must have bubbled up again, and they're focusing their attention there after the initial PR campaign. Oh, I totally saw Mary and Tiffany talking to that Ebenezer guy the other day also. Think it was about the big robot stuff? Oh, possibly.
Felix just look away.
Sorry, but come on, Felix! How do you think you're gonna be able to beat a robot like that? Oh, Kit, that's an entirely too cruel thing to say to him. Come on.
Felix will just... I know that I could not have planned for that. But the loss still...
Surprise losses are worse than expected ones, obviously.
Yes. I was much too aggressive.
Yeah, I don't get you guys. I think it's a fine one to just take as a freebie. I mean, if you kick someone's ass and a robot pops out, I mean, come on! You got halfway there.
I would prefer to get there.
Yeah, of course you would. But don't pout about it. I would hardly call it pouting.
Yes, I am not pouting.
None at all.
Please, do not... I've heard enough of this from He'll stop himself. I've heard enough of this from someone else.
Oh, yes, someone.
Felix will just look at Kit like,
To
I
waggle her
suppose.
eyebrows.
I suppose you may know who I'm referring to.
I might have an idea. Oh, Felix, I've been meaning to ask. So, do you need any assistance with that mix-up?
Mix up, as in.
Your new admirer.
Oh my. Felix will put one of his in his hands. I had almost forgotten.
She hasn't been bothering you yet, hopefully?
I have not seen her around.
Oh, that's a relief.
Yes,
That woman is insufferable.
I'm glad that I have not had to use any of Hagios' advice.
Oh man, Hagios is way too confident in that stuff.
Yes, I do not know if that is how relationships are supposed to be handled.
No! Well, now, Kit, I mean, obviously not where you come from, and definitely not where I was raised. Even in Shade. But it's not too uncommon of what I know of his upbringing that they have a different opinion on how things go. A bit more of a combative thing. I have a hard time dealing with how forward he is with some of his advice, though. I just hope you recognize to filter it.
Yes, I recognized very soon that that was not the approach that I would take.
Thank the brothers for that. But you're not interested in the weird bitch, right?
No. Goodness, no.
Good. I knew you'd have better taste than that.
Thank you.
Well, be careful around her, nonetheless. She's quite beguiling.
I do not feel as if that is a weakness of mine.
And I'm not sure if her semblance cares about that as much. It might be more difficult to work on you, hopefully.
I hope so. But I will just try to avoid her.
A much better plan, yes, than testing your limits.
Yes. On the other hand, perhaps I should just confront her and tell her the truth about what happened. Then I can make sure she'll leave me alone.
She might not care. Kit, how would that make any sense? Hey, when a woman sees what she wants, she sees what she wants.
Well, technically, she saw. Well, I suppose she saw me, but.
Well, a good woman sees what they want, and they get what they want. Or try to, I guess.
I truly doubt that Viridian's friend could impersonate me so perfectly.
No, I just think she has an image in her head that she's gonna try and get no matter what, is what I mean. Wow, that's truly frightening. I don't know what puts you in that sort of headspace.
Why would anyone...
Hey, I didn't say I came up with it. Jeez. Look at me like I'm some kind of deviant. I just happen to have known enough deviants to learn things like that, I guess.
I see.
I don't think that makes it any less troubling sounding. You guys think I'm weird now, don't you? Come on, have some faith! Kit says as she whines.
I make no
just
judgments.
chuckles into her hand. Oh, that's what your mouth says, but not what your eyes do. I see you looking at me like that. Pickle eyes.
Give me a second.
Kit stomps her foot as she continues to berate him.
Okay. I hope that I am not going too far here, but I assume everything went alright.
Oh, right. I forgot Irene kind of did all that in front of you guys. Kit kind of knocks her forehead. We're good,
Yes.
she says as she grabs reaches up and pulls Rosalind in by the shoulders, and Rosalind nods. Yes, it was a very productive evening. Our team leader has a bit of a mercenary streak for assigning such things, but it worked out correctly in the end. Yeah, she's weird, but hey, she was right this time. I'll give her that.
I am glad to hear that. I had my doubts that it would work, but glad that it did.
You lack faith in us? Kit says as she mockingly gets offended, puts like a hand to her chest, and scoffs.
Not in you.
Kit looks to the side like, oh man, I didn't want to get to this point. Right, well, I'm just glad everything's... She pauses and looks at Kit for a second, then looks back and smiles. I'm glad everything's worked out.
Yes, I'm... Well, I can't believe that actually worked. I suppose Irene is a genius with this plan.
Idiot savant. Don't let her hear that. She'll be pissed.
Yes, I will not repeat that.
Of course. Good. Alright. Anything else you want to chit-chat with the girls?
I think that's good.
Yeah, we can fade off talking with them a bit more. Alright. Richardo.
Yes.
Yeah. Going up to Ollie. This fangirl is getting him to sign her cheek.
Oh, wow. That
She's
seems
gonna
familiar.
She's gonna jump for joy and clap her hands and run off as you're approaching.
Oh, boy. It just seems natural to give Ollie the rundown after the talk before the night as well.
Of course.
Yeah, approach.
Yeah. Hey there, V.
Hey there, Ollie. Living it up, I see.
Oh, yeah. Loving this.
Yeah, it's real interesting.
Pays to get my winning personality up on the big screen like that. Real confidence booster.
Yeah. Now, that must be real nice for y'all in particular.
Oh, you're not jealous you're not getting enough fangirls, are you?
Might be a little, but I can handle it.
Hey man, you're cut like a tree. Don't worry, I'm sure a bunch of grandmas will want to come over and pinch your cheeks.
Yeah, you think? I should get out there and find them then.
Claps you on the shoulder.
Haha. Nice banter. I just said that.
What the fuck? I know you just said that. Sorry.
Why'd that make you explode?
Because you just out loud went, oh yes, beep boop, nice banter. You're fucking switching modes. Thank you. Go on.
And he's gonna be like, so, no one's dead.
Yeah, turned out pretty good, I guess. That's a shock.
Well, I guess long and short of it is, the issue y'all teams having is been talked about.
Hey, gives you a little finger gun. That's the guy no one can rely on. Glad things did not go completely tits up.
Yeah. Looked and felt like it might there at the beginning, but he'll shrug and go, well, I just stayed there next to Miss Kit, reminding myself don't mess things up.
He just coughs into his arm a few times and left. It's a pretty good mantra. What, you just sat there trying to bite your teeth?
Well, not too much. Maybe once or twice.
Yeah, that's bound to happen with a bunch of chicks kind of going off at each other like that.
Yeah. So I need to speak to y'all something about y'all team leader.
Yeah, what's up?
Where the heck does she find a place like that? I mean, obviously I know where she found it. I was there.
Or lead a good soul. What do you mean? It's a nice restaurant.
It's nice. Sure. But the elephants and the suns and what was the getup all the waiters was wearing? Like, has she been there before, or did she just pass it on the street?
Hey, I suggested it. Don't get too chatty with me about this place. It's a lovely place. It's the only actual real Northern Vale-ish food I could find in the city. And it's shade. Everything's got to be a little weird. If you want normal food, the people got to be weird. I don't know. They like hunting elephants.
Wow, that part's alright. When it goes sticking their heads up all over the wall, not that many of them.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Well, the way I was figuring, there's still some things, but looks like they's lying for now.
Yeah. Nothing's ever really done with these people. A lot of gals get like that.
Yeah. Guess it'd be a lot more comfortable if some people could just leave well enough alone, but supposing I can see how they is concerned.
Yeah. Well, he plays a bit with his bangs as he looks up just like at the sky as he's talking. Yeah, well, hey, there's something up. Can't say I'm not curious. It just doesn't drive me crazy like it does Roz. And Irene's found a way to cope with her insatiable curiosity, I guess.
Well, hope things are smoothing out for you from here on out.
That's the plan. I'm certainly going to be a bit more vigilant now, knowing there's like a possible powder... No, it wouldn't be a powder keg. No, there's a possible dust mine laying wait to blow like that, so... Can't say I exactly helped the situation ever. Didn't go and ruin it by any regard, but... I don't want my friends to go at it like that again real quick. I gotta pay more attention to them.
Right. Hey, do you mind settling something for, like, me personally?
Oh, sure, go for it.
It's just something that me and Kit was talking about last night on the way back. So, I said, when the whole thing happened, that Vega, she got hot under the collar. You say what you say, I say what I say.
I don't know why you're so particular about this stuff, man. You sound like an old fuddy-duddy.
Y'all don't need to know why.
Nah,
Like
I mean, I don't...
The reason.
Jeez, man. Oh, God, he throws his hands up. Didn't mean to step on a landmine with that. I just mean, come on. When you're so proper about people, it's like you're giving them power. Mr. This, Miss That. What's up, man?
Nothing's up about it.
Nah, there's something there, dude. I can't tell because I think sometimes it's some weird chivalry kick, but you fucking hate Roz enough, but you're still giving her the dignity of it. What's up with that, man?
I ain't giving her no dignity. I ain't saying miss.
Oh, there's a difference?
Sure enough, there's a difference.
Oh, please educate me.
Well, it's just... I mean, without the proper title going into it, it just keeps things a little further away for myself when I say Vega instead of Rosalind.
Whoa. Dude. That's some shit right there.
Right. Glad y'all find that amusing.
Fuck, I feel a little more sad than amusing, man. You're letting people have too much power in your head, Viridian.
Not gonna assure you. However eyes appearing to you, I ain't letting people have too much power in my head.
Nah, they're dominating it.
Man, how you gonna be saying that just on the way I was talking?
Hey, I'm been hearing you talk for like a year and a half by now, Viridian. I got an idea of how this goes. I'm making my own judgment calls. I'm not like Irene or Rosalind who will dissect someone at a dime, but I got a good idea of you. Giving people those sort of positions in your head, labeling them away like that. Letting them live in there by themselves. When I don't have something I want to think about or people I really don't like, I don't really try and obsess over them as much. Don't let them keep that space in there. You gotta let those things go, man. Like, I don't know. Wind, roll off your shoulder and all that. Water on a duck.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, I ain't obsessing over them, Ollie.
Alright. Whatever you say, man.
Just shake his head. Like, yeah, okay. So anyways, Kit was saying that after that, and she, I don't know what she did, apparently talked to Miss Gale or something. She managed to cool her head off. That true?
Oh, sorry, you said Rosalind did that?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you said Miss Kit. Sorry.
Yeah, he said after Miss Kit said that.
I see. I got confused, yeah.
Also didn't say Miss Kit.
Oh, talking to the headmistress.
I don't know what she did, but she managed to calm her head down, right?
Roz? Yeah, I mean, she was in a tiff about it the other day, but Irene kind of laid it out for her. I mean, Irene's one of the people who's willing to fight back as hard as Rosalind comes at it sometimes, but, you know, Rosalind might get heated, but if you're, you know, if you're like Irene, you can talk a person like that down. She's, real meticulous at being, well, it's definitely a bit insulting, but it's also the kind of insulting that just kind of is right, you know? Good at pointing out when you're being an asshole. She's willing to go with the far step of being the dickhead also to do that. Real straight shooter, our leader is. So, yeah, after her little tiz with her headmistress Gale or whatever, Rosalind came on back, and I think Irene set her straight then.
Good.
Oliver raises an eyebrow. You concerned about that?
Well, I mean, I was just wanting to confirm for myself that I was right.
Right about what?
Well,
That she was calmed down?
Yeah, I told my teammates that she would. And some of them were saying I don't think she's the type. Maybe she's not. But she did, I was right.
Oh, I got it. Hope you put money on that.
I wish I did.
Gotta think ahead with these things, man. He shrugs. Betting between teammates is the best sort of money I ever made off Kit. I was totally right about the foreign royalty hiding out with Roslyn.
I don't think we have too much more.
You got it, Chief. Alright, Blake?
Give me a second.
Sure.
He did end up being right, though.
Okay. I want to stop soon, so I'll only do one scene and then we can wrap up because it's 1 a.m.
That's fair, Mr. DMs tomorrow, man.
I'd like to go talk to Anna and Tammy and Donovan. And, I'll bring my funny dear boy with me.
Yes, Felix will leave his.
plays the whistle.
Come to me.
I can just be walking.
Felix bursts out of the bush chewing on a leaf.
I can just be walking around with Felix.
I come out wearing my elephant pajamas. I got here as quick as I could.
Felix,
You shake Felix up too much so as he runs, a couple deer droppings fall out of his pants.
Man, Felix, I went to a restaurant yesterday and I got you a soup from it as a souvenir.
Oh.
Here's your Happy Meal. See? The little little handles or tusks on the elephant.
That is adorable, I suppose.
Isn't it? Here, they gave me a little elephant hat for you, and an elephant balloon, and a Glove World glove.
I love Glove World.
How'd you know?
How did you know, Clara? It's so thoughtful.
Well, Felix, I saw your collection of like 16 different Glove World hats.
Alright, let me...
They're collectors.
I'll kill you.
Don't touch
You
it.
weren't supposed to see that.
The scene you're walking upon is currently Donovan stood up doing the, like, muscle pose thing that, like, like bodybuilder beatsing with one arm for the benefit of Tammy holding onto it and hanging off of it like a monkey bar. To Helena Faye, who just is kind of looking up a bit wide-eyed and impressed as Tammy's going, "See, I told you could lift me real easy like this. Look at him. He's like a beast. A real veritable gorilla."
Wow, that's impressive.
"Oh, hey," Donovan says as he turns over and swings Tammy in this direction. "Whoa, watch the bush!" "Oh, I wasn't gonna hit you in the bush, Tammy." "Jeez, I don't know. You move real fast, alright? Shoot!" "How long you think you'll hold me up?" I don't think it would really be a problem for long at all." "Donnie, you are just the best. See? He's got an extra arm. You want to go up there, Faye?" No. I'm good. Hey, Clara. Hey, Felix.
Felix will instantly be like, he'll look around to see if anyone else noticed that. Hello, Helena?
Tammy was apparently really wanted to show Faye a bit about my semblance. Nah, just more like you, Donnie. He's a real shucking good old one, boy.
Yeah, you're real nice, Donnie.
Thank you. Jeez. He pats the back of his head, embarrassed, as he blushes a little bit, and Tammy snickers as she hops off his arm finally.
I thought you were about to say Tammy sways and falls off as he moves his arm. Jesus.
You guys, your last match was pretty interesting. I really was excited to see more of Team Symbol's fights. The dragons, or those boys, sorry, he kind of embarrassedly plays with his ponytail a bit. Their semblance is really cool. Oh yeah, real fucking cool. I mean, like, if you're an idiot, I mean, Donnie, it looks cool, I agree, I get that, but could you fucking imagine having to share your semblance with someone who looks just like you? That would be awful. Why would it be bad if they look like you, especially? Well, shoot, there's only one of me that's supposed to be around here. You can't replicate this sort of perfection, and I know I wouldn't want to have to put up with my own bullshit. Could you imagine? Actually, yes, that sounds hard. You better not be implying what I think, Fate. No, I didn't mean it like that.
I mean...
Donnie, would you mind having 2 Tammys? Huh? No? Oh, see, he's too nice. How the hell are you gonna be like that?
And I was talking to Mr. Taldo, and he said that, he doesn't think that their, that their whole styles really fit for this type of combat. It's more of a, training type of thing.
Well, shoot, the dragon looked pretty fit for it. Oh, Tammy, that was their semblance, remember? What's the difference? Well, for how they moved in some of those explosive bursts of aura and stuff, that wasn't their semblance. That was a Mistrali martial art. More specifically, an oracular variant of breathing techniques and meditation that allows control over your aura. How the hell are you gonna breathe your aura into existence like that? Didn't even come out of their fucking mouth. Well, it's more about regulating the breathe and the oxygen and stuff that gets to your muscles and control over your aura. I've heard different variants have different methods explaining it, but I believe the sailing dragon is a visualization of turning your aura into a dragon's breath or a dragon's wind that comes from it sailing through the sky, and using it like an explosion they did.
I wonder if Yuya knows a lot about it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe. I remember talking to her a bit about it when we watched one of their first fights, but then she kind of dropped it really fast. I tried to ask about her the other day, and she just said she didn't know anything about it. It's a shame. Maybe she was just specifically familiar with the headless sphere Miss Longinus was using, since it was pretty interesting and hard to explain without her explaining it, or hard to understand without her explaining it for me. That the boomstick girl? Yes, the boomstick girl, Tammy. Hey, don't laugh at me! Sorry, that just sounds really funny. Well, as long as I'm funny, I guess I don't mind. I am pretty fucking charming. Boomstick. Elena just kind of giggles to herself.
I was gonna laugh.
Well, what are you just standing there for, Felix? I'm funny, right? Laugh!
I would never do that if someone asked me to.
Well,
he's a real fucking straight shooter, Faye. You're right.
I mean, Felix, that's not true. Remember that time Viridian asked you to tell a joke, and, you did it.
Felix would look away. I did do that. It was a different situation.
What was the joke? Elena speaks up.
I
do
not even remember.
Can you tell me a joke?
Yeah, Felix, can you tell a joke?
Elena's got this little small smile as she pulls up a bit of her, turtleneck as she's giggling to herself. I'm sorry. You don't have to. I'm sorry.
No, Felix, go on.
No. Come on. His face was funny enough. He looked like he was in agony. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
That's mean.
Yeah, but...
You're gonna make me cry.
I'm trying to grasp comedy a bit more. I'm not quite there.
Oh, that's a fucking hoot! Listen to this guy. Tammy, that's not the joke. Don't be mean. What? Tammy whips her head between the two of you, confused.
Not Tammy, he was being serious there. He's been trying to...
What the hell's wrong with you?
He's been working on being funny for a long time now.
Those antlers going straight through your brain or something? Fucking it up?
That is
Tammy.
not
Tammy, please. Donnie, what else am I supposed to think? He just said he don't know what jokes are. Is Mistral really that fucking bad, Donnie?
I know the concept of jokes. I
Oh
am
shit,
just.
of course you do. Anyone does.
I mean, Tammy,
But everyone's got a gut. You don't bust it?
Tammy, you just grew up a bit white. I mean, it just happens when you're in that environment.
I must say, what is this color thing? I must know. You said it was a joke, right?
I thought you didn't grow up. Joke?
Well, Felix, it's like,
Back home, a lot of people just. Our village just had a lot of different traditions, and we had some different funny ways of speaking. Sorry. Clara, you really should just use normal words so people understand you.
Claire's going to get closer and whisper in her ear a bit, but it's really funny because Felix gets really frustrated because he doesn't understand.
Helena blinks, like she just got into new understanding of what you're doing, and looks over as you see the gears turning in her head of, oh yes, I agree.
I am sure I will grasp their concept then.
Well, Felix, there are only so
Yeah,
many.
if you can't fucking understand. Yeah, if you can't understand a fucking joke, how you gonna handle colors, big boy?
Felix will just
She elbows
narrow his
Felix.
eyes.
She just
You
tips her
speak
cowboy hat a
quite
bit.
a lot.
Yeah?
Hmm.
Shit, sorry, was that a zinger? I couldn't tell. Damn, I fucking do speak, Donnie! This guy's killing it! She slaps her knees. Tammy, be nice. What? I'm sorry, I'm the butt of the joke.
Claire's
Oh, Felix, the butt is this. She, like, smacks him on the ass. In case you didn't know.
I would prefer if you never did that again.
Why not?
Claire's like losing it. She's cracking up.
That's not something you have to ask someone, Tammy. Come on, Tammy. What? I'm just saying Felix is funny.
Brothers.
And he doesn't even get it.
I understand jokes.
Yeah, I guess I did just give you a fucking crash course on comedy, didn't I?
No. You are
I am
not
the
funny.
most hilarious. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh my.
Just flicks a bit of a cowboy hat up.
Oh man.
Donovan sighs and looks over at Felix and goes, she's in a really good mood today. I'm sorry about this. Hey, don't go apologizing for my good graces.
That's good to hear. Anything specific happen?
Nah, just love and laugh. You know how it is. It's been a good day. Caught me a spanner earlier. Pretty good. Donnie gave me a piggyback ride. That was because I lost the bet. Yeah, it was funny.
That sounds good.
Donovan kind of rubs his head. Ugh. I guess I'll make sure to check both sides of the coin next time. Oh, you're finally catching on, Donnie. Hey, Felix, bet I can flip heads.
Come again.
If I flip heads, you give me 50 ducats. If I flip tails, I give you 100. Deal?
That is gambling.
Shit, you know what that is too? Fucking hell, you're a wise man.
I am not. I am quite sheltered, admittedly, but
Oh,
I have come
You
to know
said it,
many
not me.
things.
well, shoot. Impart some wisdom on me, please.
No, I feel as if you're more traveled than I am, in a sense.
Well, that is probably true, but I think you walked a lot. Oh, in a sense. Yeah, I got you. Well, shoot, Felix. If you ever need to ride second on my horse over here in the land of knowledge, I can enrich your mind with things you never done seen.
Brothers.
You are
Helena
much
fucking
like...
pulls up her collar a bit as her cheeks go red. Oh my.
I think you will... Felix will rub his head. I think that you're much like Hagios.
Hell yeah! You hear that, Donnie? I'm like Haji. Base. No, she wasn't base. Fuck me.
Oh my god! No!
My mushroom brain infection is spreading. Fuck, I'm having too much fun. Hell yeah! Damn, it really is my day. If I'm being compared to the fuck, I'm so sorry. To the next director of Broken Wing, that's pretty good.
I think you and Hachios have some things in common.
My goodness, y'all are too flattering. Please, oh, she gets a little red in the cheeks and like waves a hand at you both. Like, settle down there. You're gonna make me blush more.
Claire will kind of look through the three of them. So, only a couple more matches and then we're in the second round. I hope you guys will continue to cheer for us.
Thank goodness it's almost over. Faye mutters. Oh, definitely, of course, Clara May. Wouldn't want to let you guys down. Yeah, I like y'all enough to do that for you, of course. It's been a real close match with a lot of these people. Team Vine and Grail. They're really tough competitors, aren't they?
I sadly didn't get to go against Grail, but real hope I'll have my chance against Vine.
Shoot, I wouldn't want to. They look hard.
I'm really looking forward to that match in particular.
I must agree. I would be very disappointed if I was not allowed in the match.
Helena Faye looks over at you two both a bit nervously at how gung-ho you are. And Donnie just kind of nods and goes, well, I can understand that. I assume you're thinking about Nero. Gwen definitely has plans for him as well. Sounds like you're all gunning for him, and I don't really think there's anyone here who isn't. Yeah, y'all are real good at taking the bait that guy's laying down, but I mean, I guess I wouldn't be in any other case if a guy talked to me that way.
Well,
Yeah. You Mistrali are real nasty sometimes when you want to be. Oh, please don't think of us as anything connected to him. I don't... Frankly, I don't know where he gets his manners. That's the meanest thing I ever heard you say, Donnie! Careful there! Damn you. Come on. No, that was vicious. I'm shaking.
I mean, when he comes up and casts the bait right in front of me, I don't think I have any option but to bite.
Like you're a fish. See, Felix? That's a joke.
Felix will just give her a side glance, like,
She's loving it.
All I know is I'm not planning on losing that guy. Not any world.
Be careful, okay?
Claire will...
Going into a fight mad doesn't do you any favors.
Claire will snap back to reality, starting being like, oh fuck, I said that next to her.
Yeah.
And smile and put a hand on his shoulder. You don't gotta worry, I've been thinking up a new super move to deal with them.
Well, I guess you don't normally think when you're mad, so that's a good sign.
See? I'm going this with a cool head.
A super move. What does that mean, Felix? Tammy whispers.
Felix will look at her and then look back to Clara and goes, I was not aware that you were creating a move to deal with Nero.
That's an excellent idea, Claire May.
I haven't shown it to anyone yet. Still working out the
Hey,
kinks.
shouldn't you show that to your teammates?
I plan on telling them right before we get in there, or hopefully before, well, at some point before we do it.
Well, damn, that's the best time to do it.
That is... I would not personally be that angry, but you're risking Gwen's wrath.
Yes, Gwen likes to be much more prepared with these things, as I'm sure you all know. She'll be furious. Let her be, it's hilarious.
Well, I've just hurt myself doing it a couple times, so I'm trying to work out the kinks before that.
Hey! Elna smacks her on the elbow really hard. What are you doing?
Well,
And then she looks embarrassed and stifles her
it's just a really
muttering.
It's just a really big move, you know? A lot of dust involved. It's like when I was practicing back in, like back when I was, back home. Would
Helena's like, who's kind of like covered her mouth again after she had her little hick outburst with her turtleneck, blushing a bit, but she looks up mad when you say just like back at home. Like, are you fucking serious? Meanwhile, Donnie's laying out a big hearty belly laugh. Senpai, you're really something else, you know that?
Well,
I did not know you were hurting yourself, Clara, with this.
it's
That's
not,
pretty fucking stupid.
not on purpose, and it doesn't hurt me none. I walk it off.
You walk it off. You just said it hurt you. We're not as dumb as you are, May.
What? I mean, like, as in, it would hurt other people.
Yeah, but it's only hurting you right now.
Felix, so we have the match coming up.
I'm not stupid.
Yes,
I'm still here.
You are not getting away that easy, I'm afraid.
Okay, so
Oh, come on, guys. I'm sure Senpai understands that. Sometimes training strains the body a lot. Just as long as she's not doing anything to hurt herself before the match and everything, it doesn't matter. She goes 150%, right?
yeah. See, Donnie gets it.
I would never harass someone for training, but perhaps you should ask for aid from someone.
Sure, I'll show it to someone sometime soon.
Senpai, if you're ever worried about it getting out to some of the others first years in case for the later rounds, and if you really don't want to show it off to your team for some reason, I could help. I'd still say your teammates are probably the best bet, but you know I'm good for it. If you kill my Donnie over this, I'll be pissed, but if he's up for it, I mean, I can't stop him. He's a real sucker offering to help for anything.
Actually, Donnie, I think I might take you up on that. I think you're probably more fit than most people to have me use this on.
Well, that's kind of what I was figuring. If it's something that you're planning for Nero, I don't take pleasure in saying it, but we don't fight that dissimilarly. And I have a physical build that's actually pretty close to him in height and width.
Yeah, that's actually a great idea.
You're not gonna hurt Tammy's Donnie, are you? When did I become hers? Donnie just kind of mutters under his breath.
No, actually, what I'm doing doesn't actually hurt the other person. I'll just keep messing it up, and the rocks fall on me and such.
She yanks you by the ear.
Come on,
Idiot.
come on. It's
She looks over at Felix. Make sure she doesn't kill herself, please, Felix. I'm sorry to keep asking, but look at her. Come on.
Anna.
I did not know this was happening.
Anna, to be fair, I think I'm
Be
just.
ever vigilant. She's really stupid.
Anna, to be fair, I think I'm the healthiest one out of the four of us. I mean, Gwen's doing fine.
That's a bad sign.
But Felix and Viridian keep walking out every fight a little more hurt.
You're doing what? She
I
says
do not
as she
think we
pulls
should deflect this.
Clara's ear as she walks over to Felix and leans
Felix
up
is
in
kind
his
of taking a step back. Please.
face. You do look a little more pale than I remember.
I am fine. I do not even know what she's referring to. Perhaps a lie to deflect from her own failings.
Look at the HP.
I
Can't be wrong.
I'm watching you, Felix. If I find out you're hurting yourself for this, I'm gonna give you what I'm giving to May. And nobody want that.
I have already learned this lesson, have I not, Clara?
No, you don't want this.
Well, consider
Yes.
me vigilant then.
You know, Anna.
She says as she kind of dusts off Felix's shoulder for a second and walks back.
Claire just picks up a happy scratch, and it's still not real threatening when he's like this.
She grabs Scratch and throws him in the fountain. He happily wags and swims in it. She pouts and pulls up her turtleneck collar again.
What? And have you seen Grandpa?
Oh yeah, he's loitering around here somewhere.
Yeah, I've seen that yesterday too.
Well, he did run around town, or run around the city the first week, and I think he probably strained his back too much. Now he's hurting for it. Thought he was a kid again, all of a sudden.
Well,
Man, your grandpa's so fucking cool.
Try and tell him to not eat as much food off the floor. He's been doing that way more again. I mean...
Oh, it's so embarrassing. It's gross.
I know you don't like it, so I thought I'd mention it.
Why'd you mention it in front of everyone? God, your grandpa's so cool. He knows that floor shit's just a lie. As long as it's fried up good, it ain't containing too much bacteria, and your aura's gonna back it up. That's still gross. Yeah, but you're the one getting food.
He also just took some of Clara's ice cream.
That's just smart.
I
take plenty of Donnie's.
feel like such slick at Donnie.
He sighs and looks upward like, no, I'm a good person. I'm not gonna complain about this. It's fine.
I see. Friends share things, but I did not imagine in such a direct way.
Oh, yeah, totally. That means you're tight with someone.
I don't know if
No wonder a grandpa gonna do it. Like a normal grandpa. Grandpa's not a normal grandpa, Tammy.
I just wish he wouldn't do it with his hands.
Yeah, he's super good grandpa.
Well, either way, he seems to be doing good. I don't see him around as often as I hope I would. It's really up and about.
Well, you know what Grandpa's like. He was real happy that you managed to fly the cuckoo's nest and all of this and come out here, so I just think he's trying not to stifle you. You should just go chase after him. I don't know, go drinking with him. That'd make him happy.
I would make him happy. Oh, Felix, you want to come too? We can, all go drinking. Anna, you should go too.
I'm good, I think.
I mean, they...
Nah, you're not. You're coming drinking, Faye.
I would like to go drinking.
Helena sighs as she looks over the field. I guess I'll go drinking.
Claire is thinking he usually didn't accept that easily.
Now we got a real party we'll be having later then.
Alright, that's gonna be fun.
Should we wait till the first round's over, or do you think you'll be fine tonight?
Depends on how this match goes.
Ha! That's the spirit! Great or poorly, drinking's the correct answer.
Claire.
The winces as Tammy squeezes her in a hug before letting her go.
Claire will smile. I don't know if I have much more to do here.
That seems like a good wrap-up point there.
Yeah.
Alright, what's next on the agenda, everyone? Anything else?
Ending.
Yeah, Ben, Richard, anything you want to get to before we end? Feel free.
Yeah, if you guys have anything to do, please go for it. I was just saying that was my last thing.
I think I'm personally good.
Nothing that I won't remember next time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, these will all be here. All right, guys. Didn't get to a fight, but we had like an emotional fight in the middle there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really
sorry, Blake. You don't get an easy thumbnail this week.
I don't. You're right.
As it sinks in and Blake's like, "I'll see the fight."
No. I can do. I can just.
If you do like a 4-way versus between Rosalind, Kid, and Meridian and Clara, I'm gonna call you.
That is a 3-way versus. It's Clara versus Rosalind versus Kit and Meridian. Meridian made his stance very clear.
Triple threat match. Fuck you, you hack.
That's a handicap match. Thank you.
On this day and age, Ben, how fucking dare you? We're gonna have to edit out something you said again, dear God.
It doesn't happen. You can't prove anything.
Let's just get to the end before he says it.
I hope they comment, like, commenters should guess what something Ben said that he wasn't supposed to. Put in the funny word in the comment.
In that episode, I cut literally right before he said the bad word. Like on the second.
I didn't do it.
You can options. Did Ben say something racially insensitive, sexually insensitive? Did he dox Liam's Bell's address? Did he make assumptions on the creators of RWBY that we don't agree with? Find out.
Did he talk bad of Monty?
I would never do
listen,
that.
if we get to
Remember, if
1
we get to
million subscribers, we'll release the
1
bloopers.
million, that's like 5,000. Fuck you.
No!
How about
A fucking million. Who do you think we are?
How about
bro?
we-
Yeah, Ben, like, come on, man.
Dude, if I get...
What? I
Dude,
don't want you to release all
dude,
my dark secrets.
Dude, if I get to 100, I'll release things about Ben.
My career!
That's your fucking. That's the fucking proclamation. It's Blake's power. He's got it.
Either-
yeah, any last
happening.
thought?
Yeah, either way, fun session, good scenes.
Any
I
more
enjoyed
last
it. I enjoyed working out this ongoing issue and seeing it to a somewhat conclusion. And yeah, I had a good time. It was fun.
Watching the conclusion. That's good.
Watching it.
Yeah. Ben, Richard, any thoughts before Blake gives the spiel?
Leave a fucking comment.
But don't
Just one?
subscribe, says Ben.
Just one, Ben. That's it. That's your request.
Leave a comment.
I don't ask for much.
Ben is
Oh
finally.
shit, Ben, do you want to do a spiel? You already did part of it.
No. I'm not a corporate cuck like you.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay,
Wow, Ben.
Whoa, do it for the cut, jeez.
You just start cutting things and reacting overtly to make it seem Ben's more fucking racist than you really is.
Whoa!
Ben's like, yeah, 180. You go, Ben, in 2021, you can't say that.
Alright, well, I'll just get into it then. If you like what
Yeah,
we do
please.
here, please like, comment, and subscribe. We do this very regularly, and I'm actually in a good upload schedule now that you've seen and experienced.
Brag about it.
God. Please continue to enjoy as we get ever closer to the Vital Festival coming to a more exciting moment and eventually being over. I know. It could happen.
Whoa!
Well, I mean, in like a good way.
I know, we've been here for so long, it fucks me up when I realize it.
So, if you like what we do here, tune in some more. Go check out the One Piece game down below. It's pretty good too. Sure you'll have a good time.
It's fantastic.
I won't be surprised, but I'll be kind of bummed out if you stay tuned this long and haven't clicked on it at least once. Like,
Wow.
we shill it every time.
Listen, it started before this game. I wouldn't blame people if they thought the first couple episodes are rough. That was our most inexperienced. I didn't edit shit back then. I feel so bad.
Well, other than that, I guess we'll see you next time.
Yeah, everyone, thanks for watching. Stay safe. Have a good one.
Tune in next time for more fun.